Yeah, yeah. I'm feeling like a star, you can't stop my shine. I'm flying cloud nine, my head's in the sky. I'm solo, I'm riding solo, I'm riding solo, I'm riding solo, solo. Yeah, I'm feeling good tonight. Finally doing me and it feels so right. Oh, time to do the things I like. Going to the club, everything's alright. Oh, no one to answer to, no one is gonna argue, no. And since I got that hold off me, I'm living life now that I'm free, yeah. Told me get my together, now I got my together, yeah. Now I made it through the weather, better days are gonna get better. I'm so sorry that it didn't work out, I'm moving on. I'm so sorry, but it's over now. The pain is gone. I'm putting on my shades to cover up my eyes. I'm jumping in my ride, I'm heading out tonight. I'm solo, I'm riding solo, I'm riding solo, I'm riding solo, solo. I'm feeling like a star, you can't stop my shine. I'm flying cloud nine, my head's in the sky. I'm solo, I'm riding solo, I'm riding solo, I'm riding solo, solo. Now I'm feeling how I should. Never knew single could feel this good. Oh, star player misunderstood. Back in the game, who knew I would? Oh, so fly, time I spread my wings. Loving myself makes me wanna sing. Oh, oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Told me get my together, now I got my together, yeah. Now I made it through the weather, better days are gonna get better. I'm so sorry that it didn't work out, I'm moving on. I'm so sorry, but it's over now. The pain is gone. I'm putting on my shades to cover up my eyes. I'm jumping in my ride, I'm heading out tonight. I'm solo, I'm riding solo, I'm riding solo, I'm riding solo, solo. I'm feeling like a star, you can't stop my shine. I'm loving cloud nine, my head's in the sky. I'm solo, I'm riding solo, I'm riding solo, I'm riding solo, solo. It's like S-S-O-L-O, S-S-O-L-O, S-S-O-L-O. I'm living my life, ain't got stress no more. I'm putting on my shades to cover up my eyes. I'm jumping in my ride, I'm heading out tonight. I'm solo, I'm riding solo, I'm riding solo, I'm riding solo, solo. I'm feeling like a star, you can't stop my shine. I'm loving cloud nine, my head's in the sky. I'm solo, I'm riding solo, I'm riding solo, I'm riding solo, solo. I'm riding solo, I'm riding solo, solo. I'm riding solo, solo. I'm riding solo, solo. I'm feeling like a star, you can't stop my shine. I'm flying cloud nine, my head's in the sky. I'm solo, I'm riding solo, I'm riding solo, I'm riding solo, solo. Yeah, I'm feeling good tonight. Finally doing me and it feels so right. Oh, time to do the things I like. Going to the club, everything's alright. Oh, no one to answer to, no one is gonna argue, no. And since I got that hold off me, I'm living life now that I'm free, yeah. Told me get my together, now I got my together, yeah. Now I made it through the weather, better days are gonna get better. I'm so sorry that it didn't work out, I'm moving on. I'm so sorry, but it's over now. The pain is gone. I'm putting on my shades to cover up my eyes. I'm jumping in my ride, I'm heading out tonight. I'm solo, I'm riding solo, I'm riding solo, I'm riding solo, solo. I'm feeling like a star, you can't stop my shine. I'm flying cloud nine, my head's in the sky. I'm solo, I'm riding solo, I'm riding solo, I'm riding solo, solo. Now I'm feeling how I should. Never knew single could feel this good. Oh, star player misunderstood. understood. Back in the game, who knew I would? Oh, so flat, time I spread my wings. Loving myself makes me wanna sing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Told me get my together, now I got my together. Yeah. Now I made it through the weather. Better days are gonna get better. I'm so sorry that it didn't work out. I'm moving on. I'm so sorry, but it's over now. The pain is gone. I'm putting on my shades to cover up my eyes. I'm jumping in my ride. I'm heading out tonight. I'm solo. I'm riding solo. I'm riding solo. I'm riding solo. Solo. I'm feeling like a star. You can't stop my shine. I'm loving cloud nine. My head's in the sky. I'm solo. I'm riding solo. I'm riding solo. I'm riding solo. Solo. Riding solo. Solo. I'm riding solo. 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 It's like SSO. Stress no more. I'm putting on my shades to cover up my eyes. I'm jumping in my ride. I'm heading out tonight. I'm solo. I'm riding solo. I'm riding solo. I'm riding solo. Solo. I'm feeling like a star. You can't stop my shine. I'm loving cloud nine. My head's in the sky. I'm solo. I'm riding solo. I'm riding solo. I'm riding solo. Solo.
Any reason for this song? Yeah, I was watching Probcat. I was watching Probcat's video on the dark age of Xbox, and they were talking about Kinect, and they just like played this song because the Kinect. There was like a Kinect game with Star Wars, and it was playing this, and I was like, oh shit, I remember this song. I don't know. I don't really share the same reality as you guys, you know, like, the reason I have the taste in music I do, and the way I think about things, just, it's very different. Like, you wouldn't understand, honestly, because me, I don't know, I think about time, you know? I'm one of those people who, I'm spooked by time, you know, like I think about the transition between different eras, 2000s, 2008, 2010s, and I always think about the tragic dimension behind time, you know, and all those changes. I don't know, it's hard to explain. I'm putting on my shades to cover up my eyes. I'm jumping in my ride. I'm heading out tonight. I'm solo. I'm riding solo. I'm riding solo. I'm riding solo. Solo. I'm feeling like a star. You can't stop my shine. I'm loving cloud nine. My head's in the sky. I'm solo. Which challenger? A few of them. I wasn't even gonna go live. I don't know. But I was gonna go do IRL. But the final nail in the coffin was like, yeah, I have people want to debate me, so I'm just not going to go IRL today. I'll go IRL tomorrow. This in particular was a dark era in general, in my life, and in the world. You know, like the period of, I don't know when it started, 2009 to 2014, or 2009 to 2016. I don't know when it started, but that was a very dark time in my life and in the world, you know, and I think about it a lot. I want to let me put it this way. Let me put it in perspective this way. You guys remember when people were really thinking about the 80s? Remember when like the 80s came back, and even today, dude, all these political channels, they're all vaporwave and they're doing synthwave, and it's based on the 80s vibe. The video granular vibe or whatever. Everyone's always reflecting on the 80s. Well, I do that for the 90s, the 2000s, and the 2010s, you know, and I just look back on it and just think about what those time periods really were about, you know. And this is the period that just became very apparent to me of when the the tech monopolies really just took over, right? Big tech, Silicon Valley, you know? It's a very dark time, you know? But it's also a dark time because the world changed in a way absolutely no one foresaw or expected, you know? Like, the direction that we were going, the direction that history was going in was not really understood. It's still not understood by anyone. It's so... I get a sick feeling in my stomach every time I think about it. It's just... people really don't fucking understand anything. I look at what happened with the Netflix strike, and I just see people on Twitter go, yeah, those are workers on strike. And like, these people... everything has fucking happened below there. They have... I don't even live in the same world as these fucking Marxists. You know, these Marxists who think of the world this... I don't live in the same planet as them, dude. I don't live on the same planet as you, you know? It makes me sick to my stomach that Marxists cope with reality. I don't respect people who call themselves Marxists. I just don't, you know? At least not in America. I don't respect you if you're a fucking Marxist. I don't respect them. I just don't. You're a fucking coping little bitch if you're calling yourself a Marxist in America or even in the West. I just think you're a coping little bitch, you know? You're really avoiding the real terror of the era. You're avoiding... No, Caleb's different. You know what I'm talking... You're avoiding just how much you don't know. You know, like, you really don't fucking know about anything that's happened in the past 100 years. You're such a fucking dumb fuck to me, you know? These people just want to escape reality with this fucking fantasy cope idea. And it's so disgusting, dude. Like, oh, if you don't own the company, that means you're being exploited. It's fucking stupid, dude. It's fucking stupid. Who came up with that? Where did that even come from? That's the most stupid fucking thing I've ever heard. If you don't own the company, then you're being exploited. Do people realize Marx was actually living in the real world at his time? He wasn't trying to create a fucking fantasy cope simulator. Nobody understands me, man. That's the truth. Sometimes I wish all of chat collectively, I wish all of chat could morph into a big booty bitch and just be my wife. And it'll be your collective consciousness. And that'll be my, I don't have to explain theory to them. I don't have to talk to them about Marxism. I don't have to deal with any of that. I just, you know, I have my significant other. You know what I mean? Thoughts on Jackson's date? Jackson's a Chad, dude. You guys think Jackson's... people who think Jackson's like faking it or like, dude, you don't... He's the real deal. Okay, that's all I can say. Jackson's the real deal, you know? DGG's coping hard. You know how DGG and Vosh's community, they're like, oh, Jackson, he's a fake Chad. He's pretending to be a Chad, but he's not. And he's actually soy. And I... Dude... That's just a cope. So, I'm sorry. They DM me about Austin? Yeah, they did. I don't know yet. But if it's happening, I'm gonna book it tomorrow. I'll book it tomorrow if it's happening. Yeah, I'll leave and I'll go like Tuesday. I'll leave Tuesday and just go there Tuesday. You know? The thing is that there's something. Apparently, there's something going on Friday. But I have to debate Destiny Friday, right? So there's like a party Friday or something apparently in Austin. But I was thinking, what if I debate Destiny at the party? Like I just go to the party and live stream and just debate him there. Should I just do that? Because it's only gonna be like an hour or two, right? But I don't know how I'm gonna stream it at the same time. So I'm probably gonna get a laptop soon. And what am I debating about? I don't even know. I don't even know what we're debating about. It won't take you serious? Yeah, but Halloween's... This is like the last Halloween ever, you know? But if Jackson goes to Austin, I'm probably gonna go. So, yeah. Thank you, Deadass. Appreciate you. Thank you, Hotspur. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you a lot, Hotspur. Said he'd be down. Is he live right now? No, he's not online. So I actually, yeah. Bosch is such a cock. This guy does economics research streams. You're such a cuck, Bosch. The fact that you can do that on stream means you're a cuck. And you're a fake. Thank you, Deadass. Appreciate you. I can't. You think I can fucking do that? Off stream? Yeah, dude. Also, my tweet blew up on a subreddit called Shit Liberals Say. And it's about the Netflix tweet again. And I think actually this is what we're gonna debate about today. This is what they want to debate. Everyone's focusing on this Netflix shit. And I have to basically explain that Netflix Netflix employees don't produce. Thank you, Hipsco. They don't produce value. So I want you guys to understand something about Marxist economics, really quick, or Marxist critique of political economy, right? So in Marxist critique of political economy, what BreadTube is teaching you is that some people own the means of production, other ones don't. And if you don't own the means of production, you're a worker. And if you own it, you're a capitalist. Yeah, that's not true. Okay, so first of all, there's different kinds of ownership, and not all of them mean you're a capitalist. Okay, some forms of ownership are rentier in nature, right? Your ground rent and collecting ground rent doesn't make you a capitalist, because you're getting a constant stream of rent, which is ultimately not about profit. right? You didn't have to invest anything initially. And if you did, you eventually pay it off. And at that point, you're just making money from nothing, right? It's rent. You're making money without having to do anything. You're just sitting on your ass making money, right? Well, the people who are employed in professions that are based on using your head, right? Not your actual labor. Those are people who are just being paid the proceeds of ground rent. And if they're getting paid the proceeds of ground rent, Gen Zedong did too, wow. You're actually not a proletarian, you're not a worker because you're not producing surplus value. You're not producing any surplus value. You're just getting paid the proceeds of ground rent. Okay? What do you think of the term reactionary since you call yourself conservative? If you want to be technically correct, in 2021, a progressive is a reactionary. And the reason for that is sorry, I got distracted. The reason for that is because it has to do with modernity, right? And modernity is a moment where all that is solid melts into air, traditional relations break down, and whatever, blah, 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 right? But we're witnessing, as an objective development of history and the development of the forces of production and a development of the evolution of modern capitalism, that we are starting to see a re-emergence of tradition and this kind of traditional ways of life that are not simply forms of resistance against some objective sweeping change in the forces of production. As a matter of fact, what we're now seeing is a resistance against the tradition. So progressives increasingly have to have political correctness and insulated culture because they are the ones who have to react against the fact that modernity has exhausted the extent of its negation, and now we're returning to positive being again. So, in the technical sense, the progressive is the reactionary, right? Because a progressive is reacting against this objective development in history, clinging to the abstract, indeterminate universalism and universal equality or whatever of modernity, and just applying it above and beyond the extent of its real essential side of being. Like, for example, modernity was about this kind of universalization of the Cartesian cogito. Men and women are modern subjects. They have the ability to critically withdraw from their traditional and parochial contexts and have the freedom to make decisions and choose and dwell in a realm of ambiguity and so on and so on. But they're going beyond that now. Now they're saying no. That's bad because when we are Cartesian subject and we withdraw from our particular circumstances, we still have particular circumstances that we didn't create. And now they're treating this stamp of particularity as reactionary. And they want to premise every aspect of human life on the basis of explicit, conscious, and moral, rational, individual subjectivity. That's reactionary. It's just reactionary. I'm putting on my shades to cover up my eyes. I'm jumping in my ride. I'm heading out tonight. I'm solo. I'm riding solo. I'm riding solo. I'm riding solo. Solo. I'm feeling like a star. You can't stop my shine. Marx was not saying. So when Marx was talking about the progressive forces of history and the reactionary classes, he wasn't talking about blue-haired freaks and people obviously being unsettled and disturbed by that. He was talking about things like modern industry, modern science, the dissolution of the old traditional bonds. But what comes after that, for Marx, is an open question, right? He wasn't talking about this, fanaticism. He wasn't talking about this fanaticism of negation and how, it's revolutionary to overturn literally every fucking aspect of life and try to artificially, synthetically overturn all traditional realities and relations. Marx was basically saying modernity is a challenge for humanity that it must face up to, it must sober up to and overcome. Now, countries like the Soviet Union and China and other communist states, they were doing that, right? So, for example, I'll give you a great example of this. The Soviet Union responded to the challenge of modernity, and you had a gender equality, you had education, literature, and so on. But after all was said and done, for example, women now have the choice to have careers, do what they want. They also have the choice, and not only the choice, but are able to express their truly essential or innate or natural or at least unconscious desire or intuition to be traditional women who raise children or had family life and so on and so on. They're not incompatible, right? After modernity, the question is what then, right?
Now I made it through the weather. Better days are gonna get better. I'm so sorry it didn't work out. I'm moving on. I'm so sorry.
The Soviet Union had a different type of modernity.
The pain is gone. I'm putting on my shades to cover up my eyes.
It was a different type of modernity where the abstractionism of the Cartesian subject was not turned against traditional realities, but on the contrary was the launching board, the springboard through which they could be deepened, they could flourish, and they could be even developed to a higher extent than they were before. It's a complete inversion of Western progressive modernity. Alright, let's get the guy in the show queue. Here he is. We're just gonna do this. Alright, we're gonna, so to the background of this is that I basically said Netflix workers don't produce value. They basically live off of the proceeds of rent. Monopoly rents. So this guy wants to debate that point. So let's see what they have to say. Hello. Yeah, what is it?
What's up?
Yeah, you wanted to debate?
Yeah, I wanted to chat about what you were posting earlier on Twitter.
Sure.
Yeah, so basically, where did all this start out? So you had your thread that you posted a few hours ago where you're talking about how ownership is not the basis of class, but instead it is the basis of class is on revenue. Does that summarize your position?
My position is that classes are not just based on ownership. You also have to take into account revenue, yeah.
Okay. And I guess my position is that ownership is at the base and revenue is a consequence of that ownership. So with the case of the proletariat, you have people who only own labor power, and therefore the only thing they can do is sell that labor power and they get a wage back. Similarly, with like capital, the whole MCM circuit, like whatever profit they're able to scrape off of that doesn't have to get kicked back to workers as wages represents their revenue flow. And then for the landlords, just being able to extract rent from the fact that they own land is their source of revenue. So I'd say at the base of all of this is still ownership.
Yeah, ownership is still not at the base of it, strictly because, first of all, when you're talking about class and the so-called ownership of the means of production and all this kind of stuff, what exactly, and this is the question I want to ask to you, what exactly distinguishes the landlord, and Marx in his time was talking about the agricultural landlord, just so we're clear, he's not talking about people renting properties to live in. That's the difference. It's an open question what that means, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, what actually distinguishes them from the capitalist? Because, landlords also own land that they convert and treat, that they can convert and treat into, like, selling the proceeds of their land and so on, in terms of the agricultural products. Actually, Marx writes about this in the third volume of Capital.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess my distinction there would be, like, particularly with what Marx is describing in the section that you posted, the class of landlord he's describing, they're not engaged in the process of, like, capital accumulation. They're not.
What does that mean?
What that means is using money to create commodities to get more money to then reinvest it. Like,
well, actually, landlords, for example, can buy more land. So where do you draw the hard distinction?
I mean, the primacy of the capital circuit is where I would draw the
landlord. Also, that Marx writes directly that ground rent literally is surplus value. So rent is involved in the process of MCM. It's not like something completely outside of that process of capital accumulation. It figures.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely not outside of it, and landlords were, like, pretty, like, the way they are incorporated into the accumulation of capital. That's absolutely true. But I mean, the big distinction that I think would have to be made there, just to ground this in, like, a real material example, like looking at the situation of, say, like, sharecropping in the United States after Reconstruction and the defeat of Reconstruction, and sort of like the existence of kind of a peasantry class in that context. What the landlord was doing was, like, they were extracting the surplus of what people were working on the land. A portion of that was kicked back to the landlord. What the landlord did with that surplus, it didn't have to be anything related to capital accumulation. That is the distinction between, like,
no, I don't know what you're talking about. When you're dealing with surplus value, you are dealing with capital accumulation. Otherwise, there's no surplus to speak of.
I'm talking about the surplus of society, not surplus value. So, like, the difference between, like, what a sharecropper would need to subsist and what they actually produce. Which is
so you're saying the surpluses of what exactly?
I mean, what were the big cash crop, like, not cash crop, well, yeah, cash crops, like cotton, stuff along those lines. A portion of the land that sharecroppers would use would go to the cultivation of, like, cotton and so on. And a portion of it would go towards the cultivation of what they needed to subsist.
Okay, but to that extent, like, where do you draw the line between that and a capitalist?
The line between that and a capitalist is, like, a capitalist starts with not land, with money.
That's
and
not
they
true.
Invest it.
That's actually not true.
Historically
speaking, that's not true.
Well, sure, historically speaking, I guess...
Like, how capitalism actually emerged was through the surpluses of feudal agricultural production. So
Yeah.
it couldn't possibly be true that a capitalist doesn't begin with land. I actually don't see why that's relevant as to the constitution of the class. That's just starting capital, right?
Well, it's important to the constitution of the class because it like dictates the logic of that class. Like it dictates how they engage with material reality.
Okay, what
A
are we
landlord
talking
wasn't
about?
necessarily.
But what essentially makes it a form of landlordism and rent rather than just a capitalist? What is actually the decisive difference here? Like, what is the essential difference between them?
That's a good question. That's something. What do you think Marx meant at that time when describing the essential difference between the? Let me pull up that quote that you had shared. But basically, the difference between like profit and rent. What do you think Marx was referring to with that?
Sure. So to me, it's very clear from my reading of Marx and my understanding of Marx is that there's two things I would like to explain actually with that. The first thing is that the process of the division of value into surplus, exchange, and use value, which is actually anchored at the point of the surplus value, which is actually a result of the form of value itself and the way in which it kind of transcribes labor, right? Human labor into the form of the commodity and the form of exchange, right? This produces the surplus, right? Because there's an excess that can't be accounted for in the form of the commodity itself or in the form of value itself. So it's beginning really with a kind of dialectic between form and content, right? Basically, between these kind of form of the state and civil society and institutions and whatever, cities, that's an important part. And this more, how should I put it, material, formless kind of material labor, right? When in this process, labor is productive to the extent not only that it is employed for the purposes of accumulating profit. Marx makes that really clear in his distinction between productive and unproductive labor. But to the extent that it actually is producing this surplus, like it is the reason, it is the source of the surplus itself, so to speak. Labor is this kind of vital source of the ability for capitalists to extract profit. And then once this gets exhausted, once value and price more or less start to become equivalent, that's when you see a falling rate of profit. Okay? And this is the capitalist crisis and all this kind of stuff. Now, with rent, okay, what's mysterious for Marxists historically, and it's not for nothing, this is the last part of Capital, which Marx was unable to finish. Marx's idea, at least I'm really dusty, but it's at least to the extent that I'm familiar with it, was that the rentier does not take, to the extent that they are engaging in rent, okay? This is to the extent they're engaging in rent. They could also be a capitalist as well, but this is the proceeds they're earning as rent, as a landlord. They do not take part in this process, this active process of the production of surplus value whatsoever. Okay? What they do is appropriate this surplus value in an idly, right? So the rentier earns this kind of passive income that's the result of a monopoly. And monopoly is the key word. Let me see if I can find the passage, but Marx makes it clear that landed property is, let me see, landed property, landed property is based on the monopoly by certain persons over definite portions of the globe, right? That's his idea. So that's the extent of rent, the revenues that are being derived in the form of rent. The trouble, though, historically speaking, is that there was an assumption that with the capitalist crisis, the whole thing comes crashing down like a domino effect. But to me, this fear of landed property and this fear of rent is actually the key to understanding how the capitalist mode of production, or whatever you want to call it, has able to replenish itself and reproduce itself even after these crises, and why there are K waves, so to speak. Like, there is a falling rate of profit, and then mysteriously a revolution of production is able to replenish capitalism, and on the process goes. Now, to me, there's also another interesting paradox you're dealing with when you're talking about this distinction between landed property and capital and landed property, which is to say it's the form in which the capitalist mode of production, capital, is actually confronting its original and real substantive economic premises. And the assumption that is, like, here, like, for example, Marx talks about, I forget which section this is, in part 6, where he talks about the transformation of surplus profit into ground rent, the way in which, for example, agricultural commodities acquire the nature of a capitalist commodity that can just be exchanged with any other commodity, and so on and so on, and then thereby it just becomes another commodity. And he's basically kind of talking about the way in which agricultural production becomes transformed and radically altered as a form of the capitalist mode of production.
Yeah, so I guess to...
But
okay.
The paradox is that the origin of the capitalist mode of production still lies here in this decisive site of landed property and ground rent, and the relation between the small holding peasants and the monopoly landowners, respectively. So it's kind of this issue of trying to derive a conclusion from a premise. Or try to derive a premise from a conclusion, so to speak. So it's a strange thing going on with time in the third volume of Capital, in my view.
Sure.
That Marx is struggling with.
Now, I want to respond to that. What I would say is, you mentioned the fact that, like, the Marx describing the process in which, like, sort of like landed property and landlordism, that process can produce commodities that are then exchanged like any other commodity that exists on the market. And I do agree that is entirely, like, there are countless examples of that. You can look at, like, the entire slaveocracy in the United States, the, like, King Cotton, that entire process. Like, however, the key distinction between that, like, the landlordism and the, like, logic of capital, from my perspective, is you can see the different realities just based off of the development in the, like, northern part of the United States and the southern part of the United States, where ground rent was ground rent is best described.
Let me quote.
But what I'm saying is the process of, like, this landed class mostly extracting rent from the fact that they, like, own the land. What that meant was the logic of capital never dominated over that land.
No, it's not necessarily true. So let me actually give you the passage that's going to explain it. So it is not the singularity of ground rent, then, that the agricultural products, this is the one I'm talking about, develop into and as values, that they confront other commodities as commodities, and that non-agricultural products confront them as commodities, or that they develop as specific expressions of social labor. The singularity of ground rent is rather that together with the conditions in which agricultural products develop as value, so he's talking about the ways agricultural products enter into the sphere of exchange with other commodities that are produced under the regular sort of conditions of capitalist production, and thereby they are given the quality of having values, the agricultural commodities. And together with the conditions in which their values are realized, there also grows the power of landed property to appropriate an increasing portion of these values, which were created, this is the most important thing, which were created without its assistance. And so an increasing portion of surplus value is transformed into ground rent. So the basic idea here, right, is that the agricultural products, because of the way in which they're exchanged on the market and therefore compared and measured on the standard of other commodities and other values, serve as a mechanism by which the owner of landed property can appropriate an increasing share of the kind of value that is realized in them because, again, of their exchange with other commodities.
Mm-hmm.
But they were not responsible for the creation of the value itself in the manner by which they were produced, the agricultural products.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is like a key distinction between being a capitalist and being a landholder.
It's not necessary. But here's the issue, right? Is that just it's like if the price of the commodity is going to be determined wholly or mostly by the landed proprietor's monopoly, then the question of where the labor that is being paid for those laborers or whoever are producing it is called into question. Where is, for example, these commodities and the profit, quote unquote, that is being accumulated by the monopolist is not the result of the labor of those that they are employing or whatever you want. Or, of course, there was also slavery and serfdom before there was the form of wage labor and employment, even before that, right? That's not the source of their revenue, their ability to make money, so to speak. So you can't say, for example, that the people that they're employing are traditional proletarians.
Let me think about. So, I'm trying to stay on the specific issue of like the difference between like profit.
Well, the point basically is that just in the same way that there are different forms of ownership, you can't just say like ownership is what determines it, because a landholder and a capitalist both have in common that they own means of production, right? And yet, they're different classes, according to Marx. So it naturally follows, and this is for the same reason that the proletariat and the peasantry are different classes, and it also naturally follows that there are cultural classes who comprise, in my view, what Marx called the ruling class's internal division of labor, in which it consigns its cultural, ideological, mental, and so on work to a section of people outside of itself. In my view, you can't say that they comprise the working class just because they don't own the means of production themselves, and they're being employed.
Let's consider that a person that that person, the member of the ruling class, is recruiting to do like ideological work on their behalf. What is the circumstance of that specific person? Are they in a situation where they own capital? Are they in a situation
it's
where
not
they own
relevant?
land?
It's actually not relevant. So Marxism is a supply side kind of economics. So it's focusing on production, right? It's not focusing on how desperate the person being hired is or what. For example, Marx talks about the lumpen proletariat, and he considers them an entirely parasitic and entirely unproductive class, even though they're desperate and they have nothing and they don't own anything. He just thinks that they're parasites who, within the realm of production, don't participate in the process of the production of value, but rather sorry, I'm reading a quote. But rather feed off of the crumbs of society and so on and so on. So it's
sure, but then to read a quote, so that's a description of the lumpen. to use the description of the proletariat, which Engels provides in Principles of Communism,
Yeah.
the proletariat is that class in society which lives entirely from the sale of its
From
labor.
the sale of its
and-
own labor. I understand. So
Yes.
let me
So
explain.
what I want the
Yeah,
point I want to make
let me
with
go
that,
ahead and
though-
explain it for you. Okay.
No, I want to make this point.
No.
pretty clear,
I'm gonna
at
go
this
ahead
point
because
in Engels,
this-
he is
this-
talking
yeah,
from
yeah,
the
this has been brought up
perspective of
before.
The laborer.
Yeah, but this has been brought up before. So the
Okay.
Principles of Communism was not a concentrated theoretical work created by Marx and Engels. It was a pamphlet meant for workers at the time in order to be able to understand what communism was and where they were coming from and all this kind of stuff. So first of all, it's wrong to treat it as some kind of theoretical dogma or in-depth theoretical explanation of the essence of class. Because it was a popular pamphlet meant for workers. It was simplifying a lot of things and so on and so on. The second thing is that because of that fact, you are going to have to take into account Engels is just assuming this in the background. He is just assuming this as a given because, again, it's targeted for the workers that lived during his time. All of the cultural, historical, social, sociological, or whatever factors at the time, which made it very much the case that those in Engels' time who only had their labor to sell were indeed the proletarians Marx and Engels were talking about. That's what the proletariat was. There was no professional managerial class at the time. There was no labor aristocracy at the time, so to speak. There was
But the
no
labor aristocracy is still proletariat, and I would argue that
actually no. That's an undialectical way of looking at it. You don't say they are the proletariat because classes are always existing in the form of an orientation, and the proletariat proletariat and the bourgeoisie don't have any pure existence anywhere. They're just orientations. There's no pure proletariat and there's no pure bourgeoisie. When Lenin talks about the labor aristocracy, he's referring to a segment of the working class that has become bourgeoisified, right? So they're, in a sense, part of actually the bourgeois class, in a sense.
Yeah, I mean, like, an example of that you can see today. So just a bit of, like, my own experience with labor. I worked doing, like, fast food work for a few years, went to college, and now I'm working as a software developer. And something I see happen within people who are in the software developer field is they are paid wages above what they need to subsist, and they're able to acquire more and more money, and they're like finding places to put that money. So they buy stock, buy land, buy various types of land and capital that they buy. And after a certain point, people in this field are no longer selling their labor and as their means of subsistence. They're selling their labor as the process to accumulate more stocks, more land, more etc.
Yeah, but
that's the point where
but
a lot of the professional managerial class, like what you're describing as the PMC, diverts from being solely just like a proletarian concept and also has elements of like petit bourgeois in it, has elements of like small-time landlord in it.
Hold on, but look, first of all, again, Marxism is a supply-side economics. So
I disagree that it's just a supply side economics.
It is.
I feel like there's a lot from the perspective of there's a lot of useful shit in it from the perspective of like owner, the perspective of being a laborer.
Marx doesn't give a fuck about any of that. He doesn't give a shit about any of that. There's nowhere in Marx,
because the fundamental purpose of
Marxism, will not find a single passage or inscription within Marx in which he says that a proletarian is defined by one who has to sell his labor for subsistence or has to do this. Marx doesn't care about that. That's not what he's concerning himself with. Okay.
Well, so Marx is concerned with like basically
what Marx says actually, and what Marx says is that the conditions of subsistence are relative across history and across society. There is no objective standard of subsistence according to Marx.
Sure.
So what actually defines the standard of subsistence?
I mean, that's something that would be useful for 21st century Marxists to investigate within our context.
But the issue is that nowhere does Marx endow subsistence any essentiality in defining the proletarian class.
I feel like I have seen that that entire philosophy of like subsistence come through in a lot of Marxist texts that I read. I know you want to be quick to dismiss like
just give me examples
of communism.
Give me examples or give me leads so I can
here's
look
the
for
thing.
them now.
I did not.
Yeah, if you don't come prepared, just give me leads.
But
give me leads and I can look for them now because I have my I can just search for them.
I mean, the primary example, a lot of it is in just like, as you said, organizational pamphlets. Like very clearly, I'm sure you don't deny that Engels and Marx were
if they're using the propaganda rhetoric of saying but that's cultural propaganda. That's not a scientific analysis of what the essence of the class is.
I don't think it's
there's
just,
a very clear
just idealist propaganda. I think it is a useful, like
wait,
it is
hold on.
reality.
But Marx himself said that the method of inquiry differs from the method of presentation in the Introduction to Capital. And I forget what year, 1870, I forget which one. He directly says that. So it's not only obviously it's a dialectic 101 view that the input and output are not the same thing. What you're telling workers in the form of propaganda, you're dealing with culture, you're dealing with a lot of different things. That is not the same as like the withdrawn, concentrated process of inquiry and theory and so on. These are completely different things. So you can't say, for example, that if Engels and Marx said in some context, the proletariat is forced to sell their labor like an animal, giving their own hide to a farmer or something, presenting their hide to be sheared in a desperate, they're conjuring emotions. I'm not saying they're doing it in a manipulative, fake way. They are participating in literature, in historical literature,
I would
literary culture. But that's not the same as a theoretical science of what makes it that class.
I'm pretty sure throughout Capital, Marx does talk about the process by which the proletariat is what would it be? Trying to think of some keywords, so if you actually want to search for this. But the general process that I am trying to describe here is the process by which, through capitalists needing to accumulate more and more money in order to invest into commodities and so on to prevent a economic crisis. In that process, there is downward pressure on the wages of workers to the point where if you just want to think of political economy as a just abstract theory, in that process you hit the point where the workers are being paid.
Marx is explaining why wages are driven down to the point of subsistence oftentimes.
Yes.
Because of capitalist competition.
Yes.
But so he's not saying that the worker is defined by the subsistence.
No, but I think the abstract idea of the proletariat is defined by that. Yes, in reality, people who are working are generally paid above what they need to subsist. And in the case of what you're trying to describe,
listen, subsistence is a muddy concept because there's oscillations. Sometimes people will get more, sometimes they will get less, and it's also going to have to aggregate out at a national level. Okay, so subsistence is not going to be a good barometer for measuring or for trying to discern the class differentiations in different classes.
No, it's just the pure proletariat is someone who is just getting wages for subsistence.
No.
Obviously, in reality,
the pure proletariat are those who own nothing at all but their own labor to sell. And by labor, mind you, this is a very important distinction. It is the smallest quantum of unskilled labor, measured as the lowest. Just if you are just a random guy, the bare minimum standard of just a guy in society, you have absolutely fucking nothing. All you can sell is your labor, and unskilled labor at that. That is what the pure proletariat is.
Yeah, okay. I agree with that.
Yeah. So obviously, though, in actual reality, here's the issue. Every proletariat in history was always caught in a process of proletarianization, a process which never completed. Which means, even in, for example, Russia, where they were extremely poor, right, in the Russian Empire, the proletariat still had land back home with their families. They still had some agricultural land. And the same is true across Europe and for also America and the United States. And when they lost this land, they reacquired it in the form of, the white picket yards of the nuclear family, all this kind of stuff. So you have to really be careful here because this is just that when we're talking about the proletariat, what we're really talking about it is a tendency. It's an essential tendency, not something that applies to a specific, like, you can't say like, oh, this person has become bourgeois because they have gotten more than this baseline proletariat, like, and that the closer you are to the baseline proletarian subsistence, the more revolutionary you are, which is not true.
No, I would disagree with that entirely. Like, that's not that's not a point I'm trying to make here.
And
the real base of the point I'm trying to make is class is still defined by ownership. Proletariat is defined by ownership over their labor power.
It's especially not true in the 21st century, where the traditional liberal form of ownership has more or less disappeared. We live in a kind of regulatory welfare, or whatever you want to call it. If you want to be scandalous, you would say we live in a semi-socialist society where every form of the ownership of property is bounded up with some kind of arrangement with the state, some kind of like corporate, and by corporate I mean like being recognized by the state, incorporated, so to speak, like ownership and then furthermore, if you look at the biggest, most prevailing forms of ownership, they take the form of joint stock companies. Marx and Engels were talking about that in their time too, as a thing of the future. They said joint stock companies point to the fact that socialism is the future, that everything's going to be jointly, publicly owned, whatever. So you don't really see
the process of centralization leads, like, that is definitely part of like Marx and Engels' argument. I would not say that just because that centralization happens, though, that is like the essential essence of socialism. Because, like, we're currently in a situation
where, look,
a significant
hold on.
person...
You're arguing with me about this, but I'm just talking about what they said.
I mean, I don't think...
Like, Engels talked about the joint stock company as proof of the socialism arriving from the future, so you could take it up with
the
him.
Centralization of production...
No, it's not the centralization. He didn't talk about centralization there at all. He was talking about the socialization of production is what the
sure
word
you can
used.
Socialization, central, like I mean the same thing as what you're saying there. I get what you mean by like socialization. What I would say is still the essential essence of between capitalism and socialism also boils down to the issue of ownership. Like at the end of the day,
I wouldn't agree with that.
The socialization of production in the United States today, because I think the largest like owners of property are like BlackRock and Vanguard, and like the whole like the ideal bourgeois situation is like being able to socialize the entirety of production within like these sort of companies moving forwards. That's sort of like the bourgeois utopian socialist idea of our epoch. The whole like you will own nothing and be happy. That whole thing. What I would say, though, is that is still fundamentally capitalist because the logic, the owners of this socialized production are still dominated by the logic of money, commodity, money prime. That is the basis of still being in capitalism.
I don't...
And again, that boils down to ownership.
Yeah,
ownership
that seems like an extreme simplification to me. So
I mean, we have to some degree,
but for example,
larger topics.
It's not necessarily true that the companies are the final linchpin of like all of the rationality of the process of production being down to MCM. because you're not taking into account the financial aspect of it. You're not taking account, for example, the banks and financial institutions and Wall Street and all of that.
Yeah, I mean, those are the places where just the money gets stored after the whole MCM process is going on.
I don't think that's really accurate.
I think that does a pretty, to whatever degree we're going to hit the, be able to describe the totality
if you, okay, look, I'm sorry, but if you, after Marx's Capital, like Volume 2 and 3, after Lenin's imperialism, are you really going to just say that banks are just where money is stored and they don't have any
I mean, there's so many other aspects to them, but that is
it's not just that there's so many aspects of that, it's that the new role taken on by banks as early as 100 years ago, according to Lenin, was actually initiating the circuit of capital in the process of production and actually not being some place where the money is stored, but being like the fundamental site in which capitalist valorization is coming from in relation to the rest of society.
You're fundamentally hitting on my base point, though, which is that the capitalist characteristic of that entire system boils down to the ownership by people who are dominated by the logical
that's
capital.
just it, though, is that it's not based on ownership. It's based on production being for producing more money, and that being the basis of production, money. The ownership is such like a fluid, transient thing in today's capitalism that there's no way you could understand anything about how capitalism works if you're beginning from the idea that these classes are being formed by their ownership is something that is fluctuating and always in transition and always kind of amorphous. What's really going on in terms of what's defining these different classes and defining the process of production in general is the way in which production is being mediated by forms, whether it's the forms of value in the form of money, whether it's interfaces of production in the form of mass media and communication, and so on and so on. This is how these different classes are being formed, not strictly by ownership. Ownership,
I would say
ownership is the middleman. From a dialectical point of view, ownership's actually the middleman, right? The real thing that's in charge here is not someone who's owning it. It's a process that almost these owners are being assimilated within. Capital, there is no force on planet Earth that has done more to destroy private property than capitalism. In almost all of its manifestations, even at the highest levels, private property has done more to absolutely uproot, destroy, dissolve, and abolish, and even in a sense abolish private property more than any other form of production in the history of mankind.
What do you mean by private property in this context? Because to me that just sounds like nonsense.
Give me a form of property, and I will show you how capitalism has either destroyed it or is in the process of destroying it.
A piece of property. So just take whatever factory was built in Mexico when the Body Fisher plant got shut down in Cleveland. Just for an example.
That's beautiful. So that factory is... Sorry, you can't tell me the factory. Tell me about the form of its ownership. Not the factory.
I mean, it was owned by... It was owned by GM. GM privately owned that factory and decided to shut it down and build a new factory in Mexico between 1993 and 1994. To me, that is that is the private ownership of property. That factory was not socially owned by the people who worked it.
That's not okay. The form of ownership was what?
I mean, it's probably similar. The same process of joint stock corporation and owning monopoly industry.
Okay, would you consider that a form of private property?
Absolutely.
Who's the private owner then?
The owner of the stocks in the joint stock company.
Okay, so those were the private owners. What if I told you they just got sacked 2 weeks ago?
There will be new private owners.
Okay, so there you go.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you want to say that, like
they don't actually own it, dude. They don't really own it. It's an extremely transient, active.
Well, actually, so if you're referring to the like people who own the stocks, I don't think there's a process to sack.
I think you're talking about the board of trustees.
No, the board of trustees are just like just usually they are like part of their like payment for what they're doing is stock ownership in the company. But like if they are sacked from their job,
isn't the board of trustees the board of shareholders?
Yeah, they represent the shareholders.
Yeah.
They are like the people that the shareholders hire to manage.
Yeah. Who are the shareholders? Operation.
What was that?
Who are the shareholders?
The shareholders of like these joint stock companies.
Yeah, who are
historically, like the big ones are like the Rockefellers, the JP Morgans, those type of people.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, at the base of all of this, I mean, like, that's the reality of our situation is, like, we need the workers, we need, like, the toiling masses to understand behind all of this are literally just people. Behind all of this today is Bill Gates, Bezos, etc. Just because they are, like, puppets of them, it's still their ownership.
Okay. I hold on. But those people you're talking about are not just, like, capitalists. Those are like monopolists that have generational wealth. They're almost an aristocracy, actually. They're
monopoly capitalists, and yeah, like you pass like the logic of like ownership under capitalism. You can pass down your ownership to your kids. So capital does create an aristocracy.
Yeah, listen. Again, it's not true. Okay, capitalism. Constantly revolutionizes the forces of production for the pursuit of profit. Okay? Insofar as you're talking about an aristocracy, you're talking about more or less fixed and assured sources of revenue, which makes it more akin to a form of monopoly landed property than it would capital.
I disagree with that. They're still dominated by the logic of MCM. They're not dominated by the logic of...
They're not dominated by the logic of MCM.
Yes, they absolutely are.
Okay, so you're telling me we know MCM leads to capitalist crisis, right?
Uh-huh.
How many capitalist crises has there been in the past 100 years?
So how many capitalist crises have there been in the past 100 years?
Yeah.
Maybe too many.
Three or four, two to four, maybe.
I mean, like the current crisis that's going on with.
Okay, let's just say 2 to 4, right?
I mean, the current crisis, the crisis of the Great Recession, the countless, the like indefinite number of like crises that happen in various smaller markets that don't bubble up to being like
how many global systemic crises of capitalism has there been in the past 100 years?
General crises of capitalism?
Yeah.
I would say the crisis of like the 1970s, the crisis of the 1930s, and probably whatever we're like currently on the road for. I think we're at the start of like a general crisis of capital.
Okay. I don't know why that took so long, but finally.
I mean, because were you asking for like the cases where like capital enters like a general crisis, or like are you asking about like smaller crises that happen in like various different industries?
I'm talking about capitalist crisis where capitalists are supposed to fucking go bankrupt.
I mean, like they're not good. Like the joint stock owners are never going to go bankrupt.
Yes, they do go bankrupt. Yeah, they do go bankrupt. Plenty of them went bankrupt in 2008. My fucking point is that if the Rockefellers and the JP Morgans were just capitalists, it doesn't make sense how they've survived literally every crisis of capitalism there is. So clearly they are gaining the source of their power and their ruling class position in our society comes from a great deal more than the traditional MCM, because MCM has exhausted its threshold to produce profit many times in the past 100 years, and the same families are in power.
Crisis, they just fucking destroy shit and begin expanding again. Like, we haven't entered a situation where, like, this ruling class has been disposed of. Just because capital enters a crisis does not necessarily mean that the ruling class gets replaced.
MCM, the way in which MCM worked, right, broke down. So theoretically speaking, these people should have nothing, right?
No, how did it, like, yeah, when it enters a general crisis, they just begin destroying the means of production and begin building anew on top of the old world.
How did they do that in the 70s?
How do they do that in the 70s? The removal of the gold standard, the destruction of the anti-imperialist bloc in the Soviet Union, the recruitment of China into the production chain of the American imperialists, which allowed for continued expansion in China. Like, that's the reality. Like, all of that has led to the reality we're in now, and now China is beginning to decouple itself from the imperialist order, and we are re-entering a general crisis where the only option for the bourgeoisie at this point is to destroy the productive forces in China. And that's what they're moving towards.
Okay. When it comes to the entrenched power of this monopolist, you couldn't possibly say that it's only profit. You're telling me the Rockefellers, which are an oil family, you're telling me the JP Morgans, the banking families, and all of these people, that's just all traditional capitalist profit. It's not rent. It's not based on monopoly rent.
No, I mean, like, it is monopoly rent. I agree with that. What I am saying is the primary characteristic of monopoly rent is capital and not, like, landlordism. It's still dominated.
Okay, but you still can't explain the difference. So according to you, as soon as a landlord becomes stamped with the taint of capital, they're no longer a landlord.
No, because these are abstractions that don't map onto reality perfectly, as we mapped out like 15 minutes ago.
Okay, but in what way is it that it's dominated by the process of capital? Why does that make it incomparable to a landowner or a landed property?
The way things are playing out in reality right now, which I think this...
Okay, listen, I have to explain it to you like this. A capitalist is an active capitalist that is generating profit on the basis of production. Just because monopolists have assimilated the process of capitalist production into their extraction of monopoly rents doesn't mean that they're just capitalists.
No, I mean,
let's say, for example, let's say a landed agricultural property owner is employing the traditional method of capitalist production on his land. Does that mean he's no longer a landowner?
No, I mean...
So the fact that circuits of capital have become assimilated into this financialization after the age of imperialism and through the course of the 20th century, so as to produce this new class of rentier monopolists who are not traditional capitalists, because remember, traditional capitalists, and Marx points this out in the very text I'm looking at right now, I think I might have to find it. He says traditional capitalists are those who are competing. Traditional capitalists are competing on the market with one another, and this is a decisive part of what makes them capitalists, right? They're engaging...
Yeah, Marx was writing before the era of monopoly capital, which is what we're operating with now. That was the innovation of finance.
But monopoly capital, what you're describing as monopoly capital, is the return of landed property in the sphere of modern economies.
I understand the point you're trying to make with that. What I would say is, like, it is... The way it plays out today is, yes, there is monopoly rent. The reason why, like, the phrase rent is used there because it alludes to, like, the historic like landlordism and rentier economy. I agree with that. What I'm saying is like the primacy is still capital and not rent.
Sorry? The primacy is capital and not rent. Why?
Yeah, the primacy is like
Yeah, I just think you're really confused about what we're talking about, okay? Capital is MCM. It's based in production.
Yes.
Rent is based in monopoly. Yes or no?
Yes. Those are both true.
Okay.
So what is monopoly capital? Monopoly capital is the situation where the process of MCM, like these monopoly capitalists are able to extract additional rent in that process from having monopolies.
So is there monopoly rent based on
absolutely.
production, or is it based on something? So Marx says that the landed property owner is acquiring they're acquiring an increasing portion of values. Sorry, let me actually quote him directly. There grows the power of landed property to appropriate an increasing portion of the values which were created without its assistance. The capital over which a monopoly capital has monopoly over, and the spheres of production over which they possess a monopoly, is the rent that it's deriving because of the production, or is it because of the monopoly?
I mean, I would say they're both characteristics of the process that is of production.
That's true for a landowner too. It's also characteristics for a landowner too. But for Marx,
I agree with that.
The landowner is appropriating values that were created without its assistance. Not because, by the way, the landowner didn't forward any capital to help the capitalist. He might have done that on the side. But because the nature of the way in which the landowner is accumulating money is passive. It's just because they have a monopoly.
Yeah, and I think that, I do agree that is, in a characteristic of monopoly capital. I think the use of the word monopoly there, and, the use of monopoly rent, all of that makes perfect sense.
Look, you really have to think deeply about this.
I don't think we have, that big of a disagreement here.
Yeah, okay.
Fundamentally, what I'm arguing...
Look, I just need you to think about it like this.
Okay.
Why is it that there's a significance of land? Because land is something fixed.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fixed portion of the globe that if you occupy and you own, you're going to be able to charge people money and so on and collect ground rent, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, there enters a certain threshold of capitalist production, specifically instantiated in the form of the state, and the state's the recognition of the economic sphere as a social sphere that therefore has a more or less fixed standard of responsibility and expectation to perform for the service of the population, to not enter into so on. The economy becomes politicized, right? So the circuit of capital, MCM, becomes assimilated to some higher ends beyond just making money. Money, then, MCM, then becomes, in a way, a middleman to something higher. Now, Marx and Lenin both talked about the way in which banks took on the role of assimilating the capitalist as a middleman in the process of production. In other words, the capitalist was no longer the true ruling class, so to speak. Or I don't know if they were ever the ruling class, if I'm going to be honest with you. But they no longer conceived the capitalist as the ultimate ends of production. Now you're having a parasitical financial capitalist class, which is assimilating MCM, assimilating the active process of production into a way in which it can extract rent. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, what makes this so different? This monopoly, right? whether it's going to be financial capitalists or whether it's going to be corporate monopolies or something else, or oil barons who have a monopoly on energy and oil. What makes this so different than the agricultural landowner who has a monopoly over the fixed plots of land? They, just like the agricultural monopolist has monopoly over the fixed portions of land, the corporate or monopoly capitalist has a monopoly over fixed spheres of production within the capitalist economy that are demarcated by higher financial institutions or by states. Okay?
Yeah, so the fundamental difference between those two situations is, what does development in that landlord ground rent situation look like? There's no revolutionizing of production. The landlord, what he'll do with like his excess...
That's not true. That's not true.
I think
revolutionizing the forces of production that are happening on the landlord's land will actually increase the rents that are flowing to him. It'll increase the value of the land too.
But the logic of his class doesn't lead to that happening. And that's why you have, that is why the landlord economy of Europe, before, capital, bursts out of England, before that happens, you have a long period of stagnation of Europe, and you have just, very few revolutions in the forces of production. And now we are in a situation where the forces of production are revolutionizing at ever-increasing rates. So that is the key difference between
that's not
monopoly
true. Hold on. That's not necessarily true that there is a revolution of the forces of production at ever-increasing rates. The revolutions in the forces of production that are occurring now are the result of something that happened maybe decades and decades ago. We are in a period of stagnation, actually, in terms of the fundamental forces of production. We're still in a period of stagnation.
I'd agree we are in a period of stagnation right now. That's why I think capital is entering a general crisis. And they're trying to find the new way to revolutionize production in order to keep the circuit MCM going. Because that is still fundamentally the logic in which they are operating from. They're not operating just
I actually
from the
don't think they have any
perspective
intention to keep the circuit of MCM going. They have every intention to... These same forces are the ones who are behind degrowth and this rhetoric against, profits, or putting profits before the planet is killing the planet. These people are moving, actually, to almost abolish capitalism in a way.
I disagree with that. What they're moving towards
I don't think they'll be they'll be successful in the sense of they can do it, or that they could do it without destroying themselves in the process.
My disagreement with you,
the ruling class and the elites have the monopolists have a fundamental aversion to capitalism and capitalist profit. They see it as a burden.
I disagree with that entirely.
Well, look.
So the narrative of degrowth is what they are selling to the working class. If you actually look into what these joint stock companies like BlackRock and Vanguard are investing into, they are investing into green energy, they are investing into mineral wealth, because they recognize the stagnation in profit of oil as the base of energy, because listen,
the shift from oil to green energy is not because of stagnating profits.
I disagree.
It's because of geopolitical changes.
Okay. But that is the changing geopolitical situation causes crises in profit.
There is no, the price of oil is artificial. It's not based on some logic of capitalist production. It's completely set politically.
It's a give and take of both. Sure, it is set politically in the sense that, Yeah, when the Houthis bombed like the Saudi oil field, like that was a political move that caused the price of oil to rise.
No, like Saudis and the Saudis can artificially set the price of oil to whatever they want.
Not to whatever they want.
Yeah, they
can't
can.
artificially
Yeah, they
set
can.
the price.
That's what they did with Russia like a year ago.
Yeah, but they can't do that for the entirety of the world market. They can do that in the case
That's exactly what they did, though. I mean, that's exactly what they did. Russia and Saudi Arabia made moves to manipulate the price of oil.
Yeah, they make moves to manipulate it, and that's because they are monopolists with a lot of power over the price. But they can't like Bin Salman cannot wake up tomorrow and set the price of oil at $500. That's like not possible.
I mean, he can actually.
He would be shot because at the end of the day,
it wouldn't be a smart move. But
owners and people.
Yeah, but he can do it because.
No, he can't. It is impossible for Bin Salman to set the price of oil to $500.
He can do it.
No, he cannot.
It's not impossible at all.
Not possible.
It wouldn't be wise, but he can do it.
No, I mean, like, he literally cannot. He would not be living the day after.
Yeah, I get that, but oil's price is not determined by the fucking market.
I mean, it's not determined by supply and demand. I'd agree with that. It is determined by the market, and these monopolists manipulating the market.
One economy, one law. They are moving into crypto, green energy, etc. The elites write and talk about it. Read Council on Foreign Relations. Read United Nations articles.
Thank you for the 3 introverted troll.
Read
Appreciate
Soros
you.
and Klaus books.
Appreciate you so much. Hold on, I'm reading something from the passage. Society can only do so much of its total labor time for this particular kind of product when applying condition productions, but the subjective and objective conditions of surplus labor and surplus value in general have nothing to do with the particular form of either the profit or the rent. The conditions apply to surplus value as such, no matter what special form they assume. However, they do not explain ground rent. Okay, just so I think the issue and the point of contention is that for you, the fact that in the 19th century, the landed monopolists posed a threat to revolution in the forces of production is why they.
What I'm saying is that, like, the difference between those two modes of production is the essence of those production, like of those different forms of production. The fact that we continue to see capital revolutionizing the means of production, which
we don't.
I will continue to argue that is happening, because we continue to see that happening, demonstrates the primacy of the logic of capital over the rent that they extract from being monopolies.
You know, one of the reasons that's not true is because the revolutions in the forces of production that used to happen, that you could explain strictly were for purposes of profit, saving money and squeezing out more profits. The reason why you have so-called revolutions in the forces of production today is actually consumer-sided. It's based in monopolies who don't engage in this revolution of forces of production in order to keep squeezing out profits and making production more efficient, and so on and so on. If you look at the Fourth Industrial Revolution, for example, you can't say that it's based on cutting the costs of labor in production. Actually, it's the primary thrust of the Fourth Industrial Revolution is consumer-sided. It's to collect data. It's to have smart cities where citizens can interface and interact with their environment in a specific certain kind of way, and so on and so on.
I mean, that's just their move towards surveillance. Like, I would say the revolution is happening in production because the bourgeoisie are like panicking and trying to figure out how to maintain their the control of monopoly capital over segments of the world.
Okay, what revolution in the forces of production do you have in mind?
Revolutions in the forces of production do I have in mind?
Yeah.
I mean, the main things that are coming out of like the World Economic Forum right now. That's what I have in mind.
Most of those are just cope, which is, again, not some deliberate plan to keep capitalism going, but is a way that these people can talk about how they're going to continue to drive economic growth in general.
I do think it's a cope because I do think we're at like the death nail of monopoly capital. They're either going to destroy the planet going to war with China, or like they're going to get overthrown. But what I would say is like that's still their objective. That's what they are trying to impose on reality, even though reality disagrees.
Yeah, but the reason why they're talking about revolutions and the forces of production is ultimately political. It's not because of profit. Even if it was because of profit, that in turn is just political. Like, for example, it's to make sure that the political systems in each of the respective countries and their respective institutions can be sustained, or that their economic system itself won't collapse. Because if the economic system
it is
collapses,
at the end, like, but I would say at the behind the politics,
you're not dealing with selfish capitalists.
I agree.
Who want to revolutionize the forces of production.
We are dealing with centrally planning capitalists trying to prevent the overthrow of their rule.
So why is that so different than an aristocracy or a landed nobility or
because the big distinction that I want to make here is the fact that like this like the previous like landed class of the like and the process of rents was not subject to the same logic of development that capital is under. We see like
that's not what Marx says.
I think Marx definitely like. Yeah, Marx didn't
write about how the landed proprietor is going to just turn into a capitalist, actually. Marx was investigating the ways in which capital itself was turning into a form of ground rent. It's chapter 47 of part 7 of Capital Volume 3. It's literally called The Genesis of Capitalist Ground Rent. Like, it's what he calls it. It's an extremely brilliant. I haven't read it in a few years. I should actually read it again. But it's an extremely brilliant explanation by Marx of the way in which the abstractionism and constant revolutions of the force of production of capital somehow is turning, almost regressing into a form of ground rent, in a way similar to the landed proprietor.
Yeah, I would have to read that section. If you'd be interested in having me on again to continue this, I'm not saying we have to end it here, but like to talk about that chapter in particular, I would have to come back at another point.
Yeah.
But I mean, so really, if you want to keep this conversation going, I don't know if you have like another like anything lined up with your schedule. Really, the base of what I'm trying to get at is all of this kind of stems from the conversation of like the Netflix walkout, right?
That's we should focus on that actually.
Yeah?
Yeah, because I really just want to contest the idea that the Netflix employees, and especially the ones involved in that walkout, are proletarians in the Marxist sense of the word, and that Netflix's profits can be explained by their the capitalist exploitation of their labor.
So my perspective on this is I agree that their profits cannot be explained by the exploitation of their labor to produce surplus value.
And that I should add, because that didn't really sound controversial, I don't believe any capitalist exploitation of their labor is going on whatsoever.
I would say that the exploitation of their labor takes the form similar, like it's fundamentally like unproductive labor, right? They're not in the process of producing value, except for like I think there's a strong argument that software developers are involved in a very like their contribution to the general like volume of value is significantly smaller because there's significantly less software developers than like the people who are extracting the minerals that go into like the computers that like the software Netflix is ran on. So like what I would say is there's both like productive and unproductive labor happening at like Netflix. That would be my position. But the productive labor that is happening is a drop in the bucket compared to the volume of productive labor that was necessary for Netflix to even exist as a company.
Yeah, but to me, it's just the issue is that, when you had before the age of capitalism, when you had guilds and you had, all of these esteemed professions and all this kind of stuff, they were not referred to as the working class or proletarians. They were actually defined by their profession, actually. Like, if you were in a guild, you're a guild, whatever, guild master, you're a craftsman of silk. You don't become a general laborer until this process of the uprooting of the traditional means of production and everything being leveled to the point of labor in its abstraction. Abstract labor finally emerges as a real and concrete category of history. So, to me, I just find it absurd that these various professional classes can be called working class and proletarians in a sense, because their so-called labor has become assimilated into the institution within which they work to such an extent that it bears no resemblance to the abstract form of labor that masses of people were subjected under the standard of during the period of proletarianization of the 19th century. I don't see where there is abstract labor here to speak of. Whether it's like, I know, for example, the idea is usually that skilled labor is a kind of multiplication of unskilled quantum of labor, right? But I don't even see I don't even see how, for example, what people are doing at Netflix can be a multiplication of the smallest quantum of labor, whatever. There's like, I don't even see it as qualitatively the same abstract labor whatsoever, is what I'm trying to say. Like, there's just nothing abstract about it anymore.
I mean, so this will get back to the disagreement that we had about, like, the definition of class, which we didn't really, like, end up with a resolution to that. But fundamentally, my perspective on class comes from the, like, perspective of, like, of the reality of, like, the worker, the reality of the capitalist, the reality of the landlord,
but
and so on.
To me, it's almost simple to me, is that it's about how do you make your money? And to me, these people make their money through abstraction. They make their money on the basis of, being cultural workers or mental workers or artistic workers.
They make their money off of selling their labor for a salary.
Well,
that's like
what labor? Hold on. What labor do they perform?
They perform labor dedicated to the maintenance of, like, the capitalist order.
But I don't consider that's not labor in any meaningful.
It's not a productive labor. I would agree with that.
But then,
it's not productive labor in the same way that, like, the person, like, manning the DMV down the road isn't doing productive labor because they're not involved in the production of value. But at the end of the day, like, they are selling their labor. Like, they're selling their labor to a...
Why does it have to be called labor then? Why can't you just say... And I don't even see how they're selling their labor. I would just say that they are... It's almost like it's almost in a way like that they have joined Netflix, and Netflix pays them a salary to stay at Netflix.
See, the thing I have friends who work in... I'm a software developer. I went to school for it. I know people who are, like, working in Google, working at Amazon.
Yeah, some of them even live there. They live at the campus. They call them campuses.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, like, these companies are in the process of, like, recreating the company town, except the company town that they're creating are, like, significantly nicer than, like, the historical company town.
Like, I get that they're being compensated for what they're doing, but to me, that's not enough to make it a form of wage labor in Marx's sense of the word.
Where I'm coming from is the perspective that they are selling their labor to a bidder. When they're dealing with the relationship of being, like, an employee, a worker, whatever you want to call them at Netflix, they are selling their labor to Netflix.
I don't think that they're selling their labor, and the reason because that is because when a proletarian sells his labor, there's has to be a moment in which he can abstract himself from his labor, and he's just selling that to the capitalist, and then internally, and then in terms of his inner thoughts and his inner subjectivity, he's completely separate. He's here, I'm the proletarian, I'm going to sell my labor, just as Marx said, like a sheep will sell its hide, right? I don't see the part in this equation where the Netflix employees are selling something separate from themselves. I think that they are just joining Netflix and making a living by working at Netflix. Like, I don't see how they're selling their labor, and like I don't see it as like a roaming, proletarianized person.
Something to consider in your position, or to consider when thinking about your position. The turnover rate within I'm experienced in like software development, but the turnover rate is super high. People like the field of software has like incredibly low maintenance of workers from like 1 year to the next. This is like a radically different situation than say like the previous generation of the labor aristocracy, which was built on like a factory in a specific town, where that one like worker would sell their labor to that factory for the rest of their life. If anything, I think your argument stands better in like the previous epoch than it does now.
Well, to be fair, it applies also for heavy industry workers who tend to be long-term, their jobs. Mm-hmm. But it's not so much my point. I think, I personally am not of the view that the pure proletariat today exists in any capacity, right? I don't think
it ever existed.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could say with the enclosures and that kind of historical thing there was a literary inspiration for it in France and Europe and so on. That was real. But it's to me, it's like the issue is, on the one hand, I'm trying to say that the Netflix worker is not, or so-called worker, is not a traditional proletarian in the sense of Marx. But on the other hand, you could say that no one is today, right? Mm-hmm. But I still think there is a working class. I still think there's a working class in the sense of a kind of a class whose way of earning a living actually does, in some kind of way, produce value. From which monopoly, the current form of monopoly, monopoly capital is deriving its rents from, in the form of surpluses.
So that the real disagreement I have there is, I don't believe that the fundamental characteristic of like the working class as you would define it nowadays, I don't think that is best described by them being involved in the production of surplus value. I don't think that is the key defining factor of.
But here's the issue: if there's no production of surplus value, then there's either no proletarians or there's no capitalism.
But there is the production of surplus value. It does happen. It happens in increasingly smaller percentages within the United States. It's happening. Well, it was happening particularly from like the 80s until around the period we're at right now, in increasing volumes outside of the United States because of the victory of imperialism over the anti-imperialist blocs and the export of productive capital outside of the United States. But what I would I don't think that's the essential feature of being the working class. Fundamentally, where I am at as a person, my own orientation as a worker in the world, currently I am a software developer. I could easily pick up a job and be at Netflix and being part of this leech on society that you're describing. However, I'm also could very easily end up selling my labor in another context in a rather short amount of time, just because like I have sold my labor doing so many other things throughout my life.
What I would say though is that you at any time you want, you can go do DoorDash or Uber Eats and make a living doing shitty jobs, right?
Yeah.
But I think there's this weird idea among leftists, which is that like, all of these cultural workers and professionals are exploited proletarians because they have to sell their labor and they don't own the companies that they work at, which is it's this kind of like weird feudal great chain of being idea that like a doctor is naturally a doctor and that's just part of their inherent being, and it's impossible for a doctor to just go work at McDonald's like the rest of us, so that, you know what I mean by that? Or
would you just continue
like
to like
it's like they're
elaborate
making
on
this
that a bit?
implicit assumption that like some people have to be cultural workers because it's just part of what they are. It's like their identity, right? They couldn't possibly get a normal general job like the rest of the population or go to trade school or something.
Yeah, there's no reason for them to do that though, because they are provided so well above their subsistence. So they're going to continue to sell their labor to the highest bidder.
Right, but I don't think they're selling their labor at all. That's just where I think if they're selling their labor and their labor is being bought, then what you're talking about is the valorization of labor by capital, which necessarily implies the production of surplus value. And that is just something that doesn't happen with professional managerials or cultural classes or whatever you want to call them.
No, I agree that they like the thing that you are like correct about in like from my perspective, the thing that you're correct about, I like disagree with saying this just because of like it doesn't particularly play well with trying to unite people who are in like a similar circumstance. But yes, they are leeching off of the surplus value of productive labor. But also, you could say that exact same thing about teachers. You could say that exact same thing about the person like manning my DMV like two blocks down the road. Like everything, all of the labor that is necessary for our current capitalist arrangement to exist doesn't have to be involved in the production of surplus value.
Well, that's the tricky business. And I'm not saying this issue has been resolved. It hasn't, and I'm still working on it. But the reason why, for example, teachers are so relatable, and it just sounds so weird to not call them working class, is because I think everyone agrees that these are people who share a common fate. There's some kind of common general fate shared by them and shared by other ordinary Americans. Who belong to a similar historical epoch, I guess, that has instantiated the form of their labor. If
you want to say like American workers do
to me, the thing that I am pursuing and what I find interesting, necessary to explore is why is there an assumption with the extent of the socialization of labor that has happened today? Why does there exist this assumption that value is being produced on the shop floor? Why can't value, for example, be produced at a more aggregate level? Like, for example, at the level of geography, of the level of cities, at the level of living spaces, at the level of daily grinds, and also at the level of, and consumption also playing a factor in that as well. Why can't it be conceivable that this too is generating some kind of labor? And the reason, this sounds wacky and weird, like how could consuming be a form of labor, right? But I recall Marx's early text where he draws upon the distinction between private property and labor itself, and labor as the subjective essence of private property. And Marx's basic idea is that the thing that differentiates human beings from animals is the manner by which we transform the world around us. Okay? And we transform the world around us, and thereby create, in a way that's not consciously willed by us or directly decided by us, the very conditions of our subsistence itself, in contrast to an animal whose conditions of subsistence are naturally conditioned. But
I think I have an idea.
The essential thing here, though, but here's what's important, right? Mm-hmm. Now, someone would be like, okay, then why doesn't Marx consider the philosopher or the artist or the kind of person working with their head, this active, imaginative person, or the architect? Why aren't they the most human possible class in our society? But Marx's basic idea is that this abstract and general quality of labor, which is to say, this baseline way in which literally just a random dumb fuck who's like not brilliant in any capacity, not a philosopher, not smart, is participating in the process by which the world is being transformed by human beings in some kind of way, right? Marx endows essential significance to the proletarian class and the working class because for him, this is the paradox, right? Precisely because it's such a stupid, base form of work, it is freed from all of the heavenly prejudices of the philosopher and the intellectual and the artist, and human labor is grinded down to its real, and rather than imagined, real material essence, right? So, for example, the philosopher, in his engaging of philosophizing, is imagining a certain way in which he is, in a demiurgic way, maybe transforming the world in his head, right? But what about humanity? So Marx says humanity distinguishes itself from animals, right? In the way in which it creates the conditions, produces the conditions of its own subsistence, right? Marx says, what of the question of the material essence of humanity? Humanity is a material being. It's something material, which means humanity isn't something fashioned by the device of thought or by our heads. Like, we are human beings first, and then we are thinkers and artists and whatever second, right? So the reason Marx thinks the proletariat is such an important and world historical and revolutionary class is because for him, human labor, grinded down to its most base and stupid level and simple level, represents material, the way in which humanity is materially altering the world around it, rather than the way in which it imagines it's doing so. Okay? And so it's just this pure kind of element of material contingency within the fabric of the state and civil society and techno-scientific and rational production. Here you have just this raw, natural, material contingency that is human labor, that for Marx is the very vital source of profit, right? Of the accumulation of money, right? So to me, we have to reevaluate what that means in this day and age, where we can clearly see that the ways of life, the various different ways of life, the way in which people are making a living and grinding every day and are being grinded down to the most stupid level of reproducing themselves, and the force of like what choices they're making consumption wise and how they are making a living, how they're driving to and from work, and how they're whatever. Like, to me, I think this, in a sense, has become a form of the production of value, which the whatever you want to call them, the ruling class or the profiteers of our society have been extracting value from somehow.
So I think I understand what you're trying to describe with this. So like an example would be like the process of what like real estate and finance did to Seattle, for example, to destroy it of its like to basically rid its like there was a very rich and valuable culture that had existed in like Seattle that like it made it like a very appealing and nice place to want to exist. And so finance and real estate came in and completely decimated the humanity of that city and turned it into commodities that could be sold to the laborers who have, like, I will call them laborers, I'm sticking with that point, but it is being sold to those people to attract them to want to go work at, like, Amazon, for example. And I think if I'm understanding what you're saying
it's not so much what I mean. More so what I mean is that consumption and ways of living have become the point of material. And what I mean by the ways of living, I especially don't mean the people you're talking about, the professional managerials, because those are the most conscientious class of society who fashion their way of life according to the dictates of their reflexivity and their imagination and their intentional will. Whereas if you look at the actual working class of America, their way of life is going to be a kind of pure contingency, which couldn't possibly have been planned for beforehand. It's almost reflected in the difference between families. Like, some people are hesitant to have families because they're planning it or whatever. And then the working class, they tend to just have babies and then deal with the repercussions later, right? So it's very analogous in terms of what I'm talking about with that.
I think I agree with you on this point.
It's a pure point of material contingency, which we have seen even in the minimal analysis of what a data economy is a real point of contingency that these big tech companies need to, they need it. They need to harvest it. Otherwise, they have no vital source from which to augment and optimize their algorithms and so on and so on around.
What I would say is, instead of thinking of that as value, because I do think value, like, it fundamentally comes from labor imbuing commodities, like commodities imbued with labor to be exchanged on market.
Yeah, forget about the data economy stuff. What if you could just think about it?
I want to make this point.
What if you could just think about it then in a kind of socialistic way, in a sense of like the national economy? Let's think about it. I think if you
let me finish my point, I think you have a better, like, you would be intrigued to what I have to say and it would, like, build on this. So what you were describing about, like, the real human experiences of people who are, like, not thinking in these, like, liberal abstract concepts, but are just, like, getting by day to day, living their lives and, like, being human, what I would call that, instead of producing value, is that is more like a raw material that capitalists can extract. So you see that happen in Cleveland. A similar...
Yeah, but that's exactly what I was describing.
Yeah, so I guess that the big distinction I want to make is, I think considering that like a raw material instead of like value is like a way that fits into like Marxist analysis better.
Yeah, but that's what I was trying to say. It's a pure material contingency, just like finding oil under the ground. It's something you didn't plan for and you didn't account for reflexively. So it's a raw material. Yeah, I agree that labor is a vital raw material that gets the whole thing going. I mean, Marx is himself working with the analogy of the steam engine, right? And the way that works. So, and how it's being powered and so on and so on. And he relates the way labor engines the economy and engines the process of production in a very similar way. But,
so you mean to say like the labor imbuing like the just like general human experiences that we are all a part of.
Not human experiences, but the human being, literally like the living human essence.
Mm-hmm.
Not so much experience. Experience is that's something else. But
sure,
the way in which humanity is really reproducing itself in the world.
Yeah, and that, like, through that process of being a human, you are, like, imbuing just basically everything in your life with some form of, like, value. Is that the point you're trying to make?
You're through living as a human being, according to whatever national standard or whatever cultural standard that happens to be. Because, again, I wanted to talk about the national economy. It's very important. You are animating an otherwise dead world. You are the vital source of the ability for it to. You are the reason why there is an excess of profit over what you're starting out with.
Mm-hmm.
So, but here's what's important about the national economy, because the attention economy stuff is very muddied and it's not really clearly defined. But what I do have a better time understanding is understanding these things from the perspective of the national economy. Now, when we lived in the age of the gold standard, this is a very crucial distinction. Gold was this is something Marxists have forgotten entirely and completely neglected. But gold for Marx has its value and serves as the universal equivalent and the universal medium of exchange, because gold is imbued with labor. Gold itself is imbued with labor.
Well, and I mean, but commodities are imbued with labor.
Yeah, but Marx is saying that all commodities are just comparisons to gold.
Yeah, I mean that's the way.
That's why gold is the
has
universal
functioned
equivalent.
socially.
Okay, so gold is the universal equivalent, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so much quantity of gold crystallizes so much quantity of labor in relation to the rest of the commodity. So the cost of the production of gold is going to be what determines. Like, gold is literally, the price of gold is literally its value in the form of its cost of production and so on and so on.
I think we're kind of moving, like, I think if we wanted to get into a conversation about, like, gold versus fiat, that would be a
here's what's important, though. With the removal of the gold standard and the transition to fiat currency, the question then becomes, okay, so do we have a subjective value of economy now, where the price of the price of the dollar is completely subjective? And I would say no, because the price of money in the age of fiat currency is going to be based on exchange with other currencies. And it's with the exchange with other currencies that you're going to find the real price of money. Forex is something
I think that's why, like, currency war, like, particularly, like, the issue of if, like, China getting, like, the digital RMB set up as a feasible way to do exchange along the Belt and Road Initiative, like, that's going to have a just devastating effect to, like, the role of the US dollar.
So, but back to the point, the question then stands as what really produces the value of a given currency, right? So, because we know it's not purely subjective, we know that it's subjected to ratios and equivalence with other kinds of currencies, which is going to be determining its price and its value. So what determines the price of money in an age of fiat currency? Because remember, if the theory of value is still, if the law of value is still the determining factor in our economies, and if we still live in capitalism, so to speak, then fiat currency must somehow crystallize labor value. But we know, for example, that the price of minting fiat currency is dirt cheap. It couldn't possibly account for the actual price of the currency itself. So when you ask the question, what is the price of the currency, you start to get to an interesting... I have
not read anyone convincing on this yet, so if you have a recommendation, because I feel like this is something that's, like, still a real open question.
Yeah, well, it's something I'm kind of working on independendly, but when it comes to national economies, let's take a moment and depart from the currency issue, what determines fiat currency, and move to this this point about how every single state on Earth has, in a sense, become a workers' state. And by a workers' state, I kind of mean it in an ironic sense, just in the sense of, like, there has there is a minimum of an expectation of the working classes as the basis, the material basis of the state power. Within the United States, you have the working class is inexorably tied to the regulatory political state in the form of, for example, this labor regulations and the relationship between the state and corporations and unions, and this kind of baseline expected standard of living and employment that is expected in a given country. We saw with Trump the way in which jobs were such an important focal point of his campaign and his presidency, of bringing back the jobs to the American worker. And as a matter of fact, the reason why Trump was talking about currency manipulation on part of China, and he was so focused on giving the United States once again an industrial edge, wasn't really because he was looking out for capitalists, because the capitalists are the ones who were responsible for the United States losing its industrial edge. It was actually about the workers, because if the United States has an industrial edge, then the workers have employment, right? Industries will come back and we'll get jobs. Workers will be able to
So my response to that is I wholly disagree that what Trump was doing was for the workers. I feel like he was a representative of the national bourgeoisie within the United States, the people who make their money off of the national economy. And he was
who would you have in mind? Who do you have in mind?
The pinnacle example is the CEO of Home Depot, who was one of the biggest supporters of Donald Trump. Other ones were fracking really liked him, and people who were focused on the development of specific areas of the American.
I can understand the Home Depot, but I'm not sure if that's just because it's the national bourgeoisie, but because Home Depot has, it's the way its customers and what it actually does and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, there's other companies that are mostly operating through the United States that definitely were against Trump. Finally, the oil and fracking industry, I kind of get that, but they were that's Republicans, right? That's nothing new with Trump. To me, the decisive factor that differentiated Trump from the rest of the GOP was that Trump was trying to make a deal with the American worker. Bringing jobs from overseas and anti-immigrant rhetoric and anti-NAFTA rhetoric, the only reason he was saying that, he was appealing to the American worker.
Yeah, I mean, so what Trump was the role of Trump...
Everything else, the Republicans were already doing.
Yeah, I agree with that. And what the innovation of Trump for the Republican Party is he recognized that the national bourgeoisie needed to enter into an alliance with sections of the working class.
But
he did so I'm also from Michigan. He did so much work trying to get American workers to buy into his national project. And he did so
I don't know if it's I don't know what's so then by the national bourgeoisie you mean the oil industry and you mean domestic. I think we should.
I also mean the real estate that is not tied up in the international financial capitalist class. So that's another example of it. I mean, here so many smaller real estate people just fucking loved Trump. He was their hero.
Small business owners in general liked him.
Yeah, small business owners as well. I mean, what Trump was trying to do, what his political
those people don't have any entrenched class interests in the sense of they can foresee his political vision, political project, to fulfill this and that. It's I mean,
No, I mean, like, he's speaking to the way in which their class interests, like, overlay with, like, the reality of America. So he's not saying, like, well, he was actually saying, hey, you small business owners, vote for me. But he was also basically saying that in many other ways, which you had just specified, like, anti-NAFTA, anti-immigration, all of those things. Like, that was very much to create an alliance between, like, segments of the working class, segments of the petite bourgeoisie, under the leadership of the national bourgeoisie. That's my perspective on the Trump phenomenon.
That just kind of, like, sounds like Maoism, but to be honest...
I don't think that sounds like Maoism.
What? You're saying, how does it?
Yeah, I guess, like, how do you think... Because, like, from my perspective...
It's just weird. You're talking about, like, the patriotic bourgeoisie. But...
Sure.
But I don't know if I agree with that, because I don't see a demonstrably different class interest between the American worker and small business owners, for example.
No, I think, like, small business owners and the American workers could build, like, a very, very deep alliance with one another.
No, I mean, I don't think they need to build an alliance at all. I think they are actually, like, the same class, more or less. It's like the same...
Talk to any worker who is hired by a small business owner, and you will get a much...
But those are not...
You will see
hold on. Those are not the workers of Trump's rank and file, though.
No, that's why I said a segment of the...
That's why you have to be careful about what you're talking about, because it has no explanatory value to describe as workers just those who don't own businesses.
No, I was very intentional to say, like, segments when I was talking.
Yeah, well, the small business owners, and okay, let me preface what the American worker means, okay? Because I mean the same thing here that Trump meant. The American worker is the worker who benefited as a result, who benefited and was entwined with the infrastructure of American statehood through the form of unions and through the form of federal labor standards and regulations and national industrial policies and so on and so on, that more or less set about to create a national policy of the American dream. The American worker works at a factory or works at some heavy industry. They got a white picket fence house, and they got a car, and they got a family, and whatever. This is kind of... It's like a national peasantry, right? It's like an emperor. It's like Napoleon's small peasantry. That Napoleon ended serfdom, and he gave everyone a plot of land, and that was the basis of his support politically. Every single state in the 20th century that has withstood the test of time, before the era of so-called neoliberalism, had this specific relationship with its population. All of these were workers' republics, to say it ironically, right? They were democracies that had emerged on the basis of a social contract with the working class.
Yeah, a social contract.
I'm not talking about bribing them with imperialist profits or whatever the fuck. Like, I'm talking about a constitution, the constitution of these states. Not the paper constitution, like the building of the United States.
Like the rhetoric of the American dream and what that constitutes in the mind. Like,
yeah,
that had more of a reality than the Constitution on American workers in, like, the 50s.
Yeah.
I get that.
So when Trump talks about the American worker, he's talking about, like, the workers as a national class, almost like a peasantry.
He's talking about he is speaking to a segment of the working class that way. I do agree with that.
Well, that is what's meant by the working class for most Americans.
I don't think
New York.
That's the case.
Sorry?
I don't think that's the case.
It is. It fundamentally is. I mean, sometimes it's
I think if you were involved a bit more with, like, real life organizing and, like, working with unions, you would reach a different... This is where I think,
but unions... Hold on. Those organizations and some of those unions have created an insular culture that is divorced from the sentiments and colloquial views of the majority of the American people. When Trump said the American worker, people knew what he meant, okay? And most of the time when people say the working class, they are referring to blue collar, workers. They're referring to those type of people. Now, could they also be referring to, people struggling to get by in the urban context of people working at 7-Eleven and working for small businesses and grinding day in and day out? Sure, they could, in some contexts, it could also refer to that.
But I think it also, what the images that get conjured when you speak of the working class that I think you're missing here is the nurses, the bus drivers, all of those people as well, which they tend to align themselves more politically, just as the natural reality that they are under leads themselves to being aligned more with the Democrats than the Republicans.
Yeah, but when it comes to, that's true, but I guess in some contexts that's what people have in mind when they're referring to the working class.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to understand, when I say the American worker, I don't actually know why bus drivers, I actually do know about how bus drivers are mostly more left-leaning in general. Nurses also make sense to me, although, to me, there's a kind of clear fetishization of nurses as proof of authentic working class support for the left wing, and I think it's a complete obfuscation. Which is the nurses are one of the exceptions, right? And there's a very clear reason for that exception.
But you could also say with teachers as well. And at this point,
but all of those have in common. Here's the important thing: is that all those have in common is that they are poorer segments of professional managerials.
If you want to make an argument, so I understand where I think where this is going is you're saying that the workers that are involved in the production of surplus value tend to align themselves more with Trump, and the workers who are not don't.
Right.
I mean, yeah, I'd agree with that, and I think that's the reason why the workers who are not involved in the production of surplus value don't want to get into conflict with China nearly as much, because they aren't competing with China over production of surplus value.
Wait, hold on. I just want to be clear about two things. So the first thing is that I just want to clarify, when I say that they're the poorer part of the professional managerials, you could also say they're working class, though, because they're not just professional managerials. They also represent a kind of general state of the American people as a whole. You could be a nurse or you could be a teacher. It's a very common profession. But to the extent that they seek to preserve their class, which I doubt the majority of them actually want to do as individuals, then that's the extent they would be professional managers. But again, I don't think the production of value was happening at the shop floor anyway, so it's an important distinction.
That's something that's still a disagreement between us.
But I don't think that the American workers striving to return a lost sense of livelihood they used to have, which is also similar to the ways in which proletarians were dreaming about returning to the lost form of peasant livelihood they used to have, right? Mm-hmm. But I don't think that's actually driving the conflict with China, because Trump's trade war has actually emboldened and strengthened the populist forces within China, who were waging an internal class war with their own professional managerial class that was American aligned. So there was this implicit sense of solidarity within China between, and this is the early stages of Trump, the early years, between the Chinese Xi Jinping movement and Trump. And this was such an extensive sense of implicit solidarity that even by 2020, if you asked a random Chinese person, hey, who do you want to win in the 2020 election? They would say Trump, Comrade Trump, right? Definitely him. Now, the reason the trade war, I don't think is the actual material basis of the coming conflict with China. That has manifested itself in the form of the kind of, and this is what Trump was responsible for during the Hong Kong protests and after coronavirus, into the form of American ideological, humanitarian, and political intervention within China along the lines of democracy and ideology, and China's a totalitarian state. That's when you see the geopolitical manifestation of the United States' encircling of China. For example, when Trump was confronted with the so-called Uyghur situation in Xinjiang, Trump was like, I don't give a fuck. Who gives a shit? You know what I mean? Like, so to me, I don't think the Trump movement is actually responsible, or is what has actually accelerated the United States' conflict with China. I think Trump never wanted a conflict with any country himself.
So to respond to that,
in other words, the American worker by nature is anti-war.
Yeah, I agree entirely with that. So I mean, like, just like my dad is a like Trump supporting like sheet metal worker from West Michigan, and like he doesn't hold much ill will towards China. He just sees the fact that China has been built up and the United States has been crumbling, and he reaches the conclusion that we're being robbed, and the national, like the media, like there has to be a very, very intentional work done by the media in order for that feeling to be turned into wanting conflict with China. It's
over,
not
like, you know, for example, Taiwan. You know, like, who cares about Taiwan, right? You know,
no, I mean, when I explained to my parents that like we technically invaded Taiwan, they were like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
No, I agree with that entirely. But my criticism of the entire, because like I agree with what you said about like the upcoming conflict with China being bigger than Trump. That's evident by the fact that it was started by the pivot to Asia by Obama. Like, I agree with that as well. The real issue with Trump is he, like, at the end of the day, I believe that unless the working class of the United States is the one leading the political struggle, the national bourgeoisie are going to sell us out to the imperialists. And that's what the Trump presidency...
No, I more or less agree with that.
Okay.
But another thing too, yeah, I mean, I more or less agree with that. I also think that Trump, I mean, my narrative, the official line here, despite all the pro-Trump stuff we do as a meme, the official line is that Trump deceived American workers and he wasn't actually able, because our theory, what we were coming from is we were trying to say that the I don't know if I would call it the national bourgeoisie, but let's just call it the segment of the ruling class that was behind Trump is inherently embedded and wedded to the international globalist establishment. Was our basic idea, right? So I understand what you're saying with that, but
my contribution to that perspective is not necessarily that they are wedded to
like
it,
in the way in which they subsist as a class.
Tied, they exist in their reality,
which means Trump was not able to be anti-establishment enough.
Yeah, I think that, like, I agree with that as well. Like, the fundamental issues with Trump's presidency is like he was not like. He didn't have the perspective of the working class. He had the perspective of the people who were paying him to be there. He wasn't thinking about the necessary work that needs to be done to build an alliance between, say, like, undocumented workers in the United States and documented workers, because that's just not the frame in which he was processing the world.
Yeah, and that's also why he wasn't able to, for example, like, tap into other grievances with the Democrats that you're gonna find among, you know, black people and other kind of things. But
100%.
Yeah, but one of the things I was gonna say though is that fuck, where were we before that? I was gonna say is that where were we right before we were talking about that?
Shit, we've talked about so much. We were talking about China and we were talking about the coming conflict with China. I can't remember back further than that.
Oh yeah. What I was gonna say is that one of the things though that I have to point out though is that among these professional managerials, even teachers and nurses, you do find people who are, are willing to buy into the narratives about beating the drums of war against totalitarian evil China, and that we need to have empathy for Taiwan and Hong Kong, and like the Uyghur genocide and all this kind of stuff. Like, though it seems to me like and especially when you spin it in a way that, like, if you spin the war in Afghanistan, oh, it's about women's rights and LGBT and Black Lives Matter. I don't know how that figures. Like, it seems to me that this is the modern day equivalent of a labor aristocracy, which is the rank and file of imperialism. Now, you could just say that it's an arbitrary result of ideologies, but what is it about this professional managerial class that lends itself so strongly into adopting this kind of liberal ideologies that is the basis of American international imperialism?
Yeah, I guess we haven't really got to talk about it, but like my perspective on that is like, I do not consider the PMC to be a class. I don't think that's
okay. Even if you don't consider them a class,
okay,
you still recognize that the people I'm talking about are different than the American worker, so to speak.
Right? What you're describing with PMC, in my perspective, is just the ruling ideas of like our ruling class right now.
But there's a specific stratum of highly urbanized people and highly institutionalized classes that perform primarily mental work themselves.
Yes.
And there's something about that class which derives its means of living on the basis of thin air and abstraction and doesn't produce value, as you acknowledged. There's something about that class that lends itself into being the rank and file of American imperialism.
So if we're like to specifically, because I think there is I don't see like anarcho-imperialists coming out of like teachers unions or like
definitely not. But wouldn't
really
you agree?
It's coming from fucking tech. That's where it's coming from.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. 100% from tech. But teachers, for example, may not be anarcho-imperialists because they're probably whatever. But when you bring up like human rights abuses and violations, they're gonna think about it. They're like, I understand that it's a matter of human rights and
So what I would say is
they're not like the vanguard of like the imperialist culture war globally, but they're still somehow wedded to U.S. imperialism and lack the kind of skepticism of the establishment that you do find among the productive workers.
I think so. My disagreement with that is, I think you see that go across both productive and like labor that is involved in producing surplus value and labor that is not. Because I mean, really, it connects back to what I was saying about they're just like, that's not like the natural tendency of that class, even if they are like productive or unproductive labor, whether they are teachers, nurses, or like factory workers. It's something that has to be like really, really driven into them over and over and over again. Like I've both my parents are Trump supporters, and they've talked about the weaker.
I don't know about that though, because I even think that a lot of these people take an active role in doing this. It's not uncommon even to find teachers who are just active ideologists. Like they are the ones trying to drive these ideas into people, regularly. Especially when it came to like voting for Biden and supporting the Democrats and Kamala Harris and all this kind of stuff.
I mean, the reason that happened is because
we're also witnessing a really sharp demarcation on class lines of the vaccines and vaccine mandates specifically. And actually, it's really tragic that so much attention was siphoned to Netflix, because to me it seems like a deliberate distraction from the actual nationwide strikes going on by workers who are resisting.
This point here is, like, in my opinion, like, the dumbest thing that both you and Haas were hitting on over the past couple days.
I'm Haas.
Or sorry, you and Jackson. My bad.
Yeah.
The dumbest thing I think you guys were hitting on was, like, trying to uplift the struggle against vaccine mandates as, like, the real demand of the working class right now. When if you, like, look at the actual, like, conflicts that are leading to strikes, like, vaccine mandates are not really coming up at all. The only cases where vaccine mandates are having a relevant effect is when, like, the 10% of workers who are not going to get the vaccine no matter what just refuse to get it, and the vaccine mandate has to be lifted because there's a labor shortage right now. But that's not, like, the base of the real labor struggles that are happening right now. That's not why...
Yeah, it's one of them, though.
I don't think...
And you know how I know it's true is because you just have to look at Europe. Look at Berlin, and look at Italy, and look at France, and look at Germany. The same thing's going on here now. I'm not saying that the vaccine mandates are the only cause for all these strikes going on in the United States, but they sure as hell are a factor.
So, the way in which they are a factor is because there's a portion of the American working class that will literally not get vaccinated.
Because they don't trust the establishment.
Yeah, 100%. Like, what... The idea that, like, the entire rollout of this entire vaccine, like, distribution and everything, like, you can, and the entire history of, like, the American medical industry, like, yeah, it makes sense that there is an entrenched 10% of the American working class who refuses to get vaccinated.
Yeah, I don't know if it's 10%.
That's in, like, New York, it was, like, 60,000 of, like, 460,000 nurses or something.
That's... Okay, yeah, okay.
You're
from Michigan, too, right? So you understand
Yes.
where I'm coming from when I say 10% is very hard for me to understand. For me to
No, I understand what you mean. Both of my parents will not get vaccinated.
Yeah,
like,
I mean...
It's something that, like, if I were to base it off of my personal experiences, I would not be saying 10%. This has come from just, like, looking at...
In New York, among nurses, it's 10%. That would tell me that it's, like, extremely higher for the general population. Because that's... First of all, it's New York, which is blue, and then it's also nurses who work in the medical field and are overwhelmingly disposed by working in the medical field to get vaccinated. So the fact that 10% of them aren't doing it
I would also say nurses are some of, like... this isn't nursing, but this is my own work experience. Like, I'm in an incredibly blue part of Ohio right now, in Cuyahoga County, where Cleveland is at, and I work for a tech company that specializes in medical imaging. And so we have people at our workplace that is responsible for, like, FDA regulation type stuff. And, like, those are, like, the only segment of, like, my coworkers that have just, like, hardcore refused to get the vaccine, and like...
That seems to be less based on class, but more based on just, they just see they're just spooked by what they've seen, basically. Probably.
Yeah, I mean, if you are working in the the American medical system is, like, fucked up, and, like, it makes sense that so many, like, intense backwards conspiracies come from it.
Yeah, I understand that. But anyway, I mean, there's all I mean to say is there's a lot of strikes going on, and one of a big proxy for the strikes is as far as if they're getting a cultural expression, is this issue of vaccines, which is a really big contentious issue in America right now. Like, in contrast to the trans thing or whatever, which most Americans just don't give a fuck about, dude, vaccines are a huge point of contention here in the United States. And it's also a big proxy for class as well. Like, people who are really big and enthusiasts for vaccines are just not the working class. And it seems like if someone's skeptical of vaccines, they're going to have this peasant like quality about them, this rural like quality about them.
Mhm.
That just very clearly, to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, did you see the like Andrew Callahan like Channel 5 News like
Yeah.
interviewing
And
people, and there was like the
that's
dude
in
who was like
California,
Crawleys in the vaccine or whatever, just like very confused and paranoid perspectives about like what the people who own our medical industry are doing.
Yeah.
And yeah, I do think that has a very like that is analogous to the like peasant's understanding of the world. The peasant understanding, I should say.
Yeah, and that's also why, like, for example, small business owners and the American worker have in common the fact that I don't know if I could call small business owners capitalists. A capitalist is someone who sets up shop to make a dirty profit, and then it's like a carpetbagger, right? A small business owner seems like an entrenched peasantry to me today. A small landowning peasant who employs...
I think the people who are trying to keep the small businesses going do have that character to them. Like, they have this, like, just drive to continue to represent...
It's a small landowning peasant who's...
But they're still subject to the logic of capital, and a lot of those people get destroyed and turned into workers.
Well, that's also what happened to small landowning peasants too, though.
Yeah, 100%.
Like,
I think I agree with like the like cultural analogy that you're making.
Yeah.
So, I guess the thing I want to say about the vaccine mandates, I do not believe that is where the real like that represents like a segment of the working class, and like
it's a cultural thing, right?
Yeah, and it's a cultural thing that has been allowed to be given a ton of expression, because at the end of the day, like, a struggle over vaccine mandates is entirely different than a struggle over the number of hours you're going to work or what your wage is. So
one of them is expounded into the terms of culture, and therefore is translatable in mass culture, and the other one is just not inherently cultural or ideological or anything else. So oftentimes the cultural form of class struggle will take these kinds of forms.
See, but I guess my perspective is that cultural form is being intentionally prioritized over the actual demands of like the John Deere strike.
Yeah, but the reason I don't know about that is because those demands are boring. To so to speak, those demands are boring, right? It's harder to relate to those demands, believe it or not. Like,
Google CNN vaccine mandates and then Google CNN John Deere strike.
Yeah, but Google and CNN are operating on the basis of attention and clicks, and so I don't think they're doing it on purpose. I think it's just because that's what's gaining more attention. Sure, but then you could say the same thing
about the walkout over trans issues.
Huh?
But you could say the same thing about the walkout over trans issues.
But I think the difference is that the walkout over the trans issue, I think when it comes to the resistance of the vaccine mandates, as well as these other strikes, those are spontaneous phenomena happening, right?
Mm-hmm.
That walkout seems to me to be a kind of artificial creation. Whether it was intentionally propped up by the media or not, it seems to me, objectively speaking, it functions as a distraction from this more spontaneous...
but I'd say the same thing about the vaccine mandates as well.
No, and the reason why is because that is an extremely spontaneous sentiment that people have that doesn't have to be engineered into them. It's a clear...
Sure, but okay, also...
let me put it this way. The masses of people are not going to unite around economic issues because economic issues are too direct. They're going to do it through the form of culture, right? And within the culture, the vaccine mandate is a proxy, whether you agree with it or not, is a proxy for class a lot of the time. When you're telling someone you're against the vaccine mandate, it's a form of class virtue signaling sometimes, right?
Yeah. So what I would say to that is, I would say the same thing about like the like walkout that happened at Netflix. It's a similar idea where it is like, it is something that like there's very clearly like a strong base within the United States that like has a visceral reaction to like the shit that Chappelle was saying.
Wait,
That's
but
real.
I don't
that's
think.
fake.
Look, but it's just not spontaneous. Is the issue? It's like it doesn't epitomize the like an existential crisis of the broad majority of the American people. Whereas the vaccine mandates very much do. They embody. They
vaccine mandate,
embody the political state in the age of COVID, which has been the most fundamental revolution in the forces of production in like decades.
and the situation
With Chappelle, it's like nobody gives a shit about everyone. And as a matter of fact, American people like Chappelle. No one like that issue is not an issue, but the vaccine mandate thing is an issue for most people.
No, So what I would say is the Chappelle thing is a real issue for people. It's just
not for most people. They don't give a shit.
But also, most people don't give a shit about the vaccine mandates.
No, that's the thing, though, is that I think most people do. I think most people do have an opinion on vaccines. I've never met someone who didn't have an opinion on them, whether they're for it or against it. People have a really strong opinion on vaccines and vaccine mandates, whereas I know a lot of people who just may not have. They just may not give. They may have some opinion, but like they don't. It doesn't seem. It's not relevant to their lives. The vaccine thing is relevant to everyone's life, you know.
We're grounding this in sort of like anecdotes. My parents have brought up complaints about trans people to me, just like out of the blue.
I know that, but
also people have brought up like
I get that, but that's first of all, that's not the first thing would be more people are spontaneously averse to this LGBT changes in our culture, whatever you want to call those. More people are spontaneously averse to those, if anything, right? If they do have a stance on it, it's that they're like, "Hi, what the fuck is going on?" Right? That's how most people are looking at it.
I think you're just that's the portion you want to give expression to.
No, look, I'm talking from I'm speaking from a perspective devoid of bias. I disagree
with that.
No, I don't insulate myself in a specific culture. I talk to ordinary run-of-the-mill people. And look, I don't know if you'd need to take a survey, or I don't know if you need to do this, like it is just without contention that the overwhelming majority of American people do side with Dave Chappelle over the trans issue. And they're even way more reactionary than Dave Chappelle on it. That's something I know 100% to be true. Not only do they side with Dave Chappelle, they're like 1,000% even more reactionary than he is. It is maybe at most 20 to 30% who are against Dave Chappelle. At most.
I would say
I can't think of it being more than 30%. That's even 30% is so excessive to me. 20% even sounds high to me, you know?
What I would say is the vast majority of, like, from my personal experience, the vast majority of people have put extremely little thought into this entire situation.
But that's what I said initially.
No,
that's what I said initially, and I said the vaccine thing, by contrast, is something everyone's been thinking about because it directly concerns everybody.
Yeah, and that I do agree with what you are saying there, but like the vaccine situation is incredibly real because the pandemic has been incredibly real for people, and so there is so
it's a very clear political, mass cultural, political, and class proxy in our society.
I don't think it's a class proxy, though.
Why not?
Just like if you're gonna trust like polls, vast majority of polls show that like American people are in favor of vaccine mandates. It's like somewhere between like 60 and 70% from what I have seen. And that
look. Those polls, I don't know where you got that poll from, but I am willing to bet like my life savings that it's not true.
I am not.
Okay, I haven't met so many people who vaccine mandates.
I've met so many people who don't want vaccine or want vaccine mandates up until they realize that enforcing vaccine mandates will cause less people to be showing up to work and force them
Yeah,
to
there's September 24th, they said 63 were in favor of it, but then on the 30th, they said 51 were in favor of it. I don't even think I don't even buy it could be 51. That's just unbelievable to me.
I think currently the opinion on vaccine mandates is rapidly dropping, and that is because people are realizing that with vaccine mandates come more intense labor shortages.
Whatever the reason may be, I have no idea how they were conducting those polls, but I simply do not believe them.
Right, I mean, that's going to be a disagreement.
It defies the laws of physics to me. That it defies all known natural laws and all laws of God and laws of the universe and laws of the cosmos.
You have faith in that. Like, we have two different faiths in the reality of that situation.
So you really think the majority of Americans are in favor of vaccine mandates?
Yeah, because they've been told that vaccine mandates are the way to get out of the situation.
I don't know what planet that's from, but that I have no way of that. Just I don't know. Maybe
that. I mean, that's like
maybe we just can't agree on that. But
yeah,
anyway,
that's what I was saying. Like, we're not going to agree on that.
But anyway, my point my point is that the reason the media doesn't give attention to labor struggles all the time is because they're not cultural enough, and culture is what gets attention. Everything has to be mediated by culture to get attention in mass culture, right? Because that's why it's mass culture, right?
Yeah, and that is exactly why the vaccine mandate and the walkouts are the things, because those are the things tied to culture.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah. I think just all in all, I think here's what I would say, right? All in all, even though we completely disagree about class and Marxism, we can't even really explore those reasons that thoroughly, because we would both have to agree that Marxism today is no one actually has a solid grasp of these concepts of class and this even how capitalism works and how it's been able to work in the 21st century.
I agree entirely. I think the level of discourse within Marxism that is published in the English language is well below what it needs to be.
Yeah, there's too many things that are unresolved for people to be running with the conclusion, that, I just personally think it's getting out of hand. Like, I see comic book writers saying, our labor as comic book writers is being exploited, and or I don't know if you agree with this personally, or the whole prostitution thing, where they're saying the act of having sex produces value and produces surplus value. I don't, and that a prostitute is the true communist worker because they own their own means of production, aka their pussy, right?
I fall with Colin Tai on her perspective.
Okay, good, yeah. I mean, you got to agree that American leftists have just taken Marxism. They've taken such a weird weird turn on it, where it's how are they drawing these conclusions where none of this stuff is resolved in the first place of what any of this means.
Mm-hmm.
No one has.
It is from constant involvement and maintenance by what is colloquially called the deep state. That's what's fundamentally preventing a lot of this shit from being investigated further.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. So what I would want to, I'm gonna have to wrap up here. I just want to end with my statement on the Netflix walkout, because I do disagree with your position on it, and you can continue to dissect this after I get off. But fundamentally, what my perspective on it from looking at it, it is an issue of cross-class work by trans people and people who consider themselves allies to change the ruling ideas of society as they exist to better represent the like trans issues. That is what we are seeing right now. It is characteristically different from the labor strikes that are going on, and the fact that like that difference can't be teased out without people losing their minds is incredibly frustrating. Even though I personally I side with trans people in their struggle to change the existing ruling ideas to be more inclusive to their experiences.
Well, I just
from every
yeah, I kind of wish we would have talked about that a little more, because the way I look at it is that their stance in terms of their ideas to me is entirely bourgeois. It's an entirely bourgeois stance in relation to culture and how like the relation they're trying to establish to culture. You know, of trying to like create all these demands to
the thing there are both proletarian and bourgeois demands of trans people that exist today. In the same way, like I'm gay, there are like proletarian and bourgeois gay demands in the world today.
Well, I can kind of see that in the sense of like you know, a lot of ordinary trans people just want to stop being harassed and just want to be left alone and be able to live their life. But on the other hand, this radical view about the nature of gender itself, right? And how and this kind of paranoid view of how like we need to dismantle all of our implicit biases and implicit, you know, partialities in relation to culture. That to me is a fundamentally bourgeois, like all is that is solid melts into air stance in relation to culture.
If people it should be completely free to do that as individuals and within their communities. And I think what's happening is the bourgeoisie, which they do they do this with gay issues as well. They want to weaponize like our demands to be respected as a community in order to justify like imperialist interventions around the world. And I think like that hasn't been teased out nearly enough, but like that phenomenon is a real phenomenon that is happening in the world today. I mean, I see like the image of like the dude from NATO, like holding up the NATO NATO symbol on the pride flag is like one of the most like viscerally disgusting things I have ever seen in my life as a gay person. The fact that like they are defacing our flag in that way and then using it as justification to go genocide like Afghani, like soon to be like Ukrainian if we don't stop them, but like people from like Libya, etc. Like the fact that they are using our flag to do that is fucking disgusting, and it is like I wish like communists would take a firmer stand on that reality of the LGBTQ struggle and actually like uplift the real like proletarian characteristics of it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I understand. I'm not LGBT myself, so I don't really understand. I lack an understanding. You probably do have, you know, about that whole thing. But you know, all I can say is that, you know, I just
be respectful to different cultures is the base of it.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, that's really
that's how to think of it.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I think that's a good point for us to end on. So I'll catch you later. It was good chatting.
See you. Hold on. Thinking about flying the 28th.
Based.
Hold on. Yo, okay. Muslim Ghost. We're gonna do that tomorrow or some shit. We're gonna do that tomorrow, like the real life one, right? The Muslim ghost hunting is not happening, right? Or Arab ghost hunting. It's not happening. But I might go to a haunted house. I'll figure some out. Some IRL shit I'll figure out to do tomorrow. But This reminded me that I need to hit the books and go back to Capital Volume 3 again and reread it. Because, you know, I, like, remember being able to be more clear about my thoughts on this matter. But, like, I'm sorry, on the relation between landed property and capital. But I kind of had a brain fart because it's been dusty. It's been a long time. But I'm going to hit the books again and, you know. Oh, let me tell you guys something else. Yo, listen. This book I got fucking sucks, dude. I don't know who this fucking guy is. Bro, this book sucks. I'm sorry. This book is ass. This book fucking reads like it was written by a fucking 5-year-old. Dude, Jack Weatherford, you suck. You know, I'm so sick of holding people to such a high standard. Because I was thinking this book is gonna contain like brilliance, right? And then I read it, and it literally reads like a children's book. It's like, and then Genghis Khan did this, and then Genghis Khan did that, and then Genghis Khan did this, and then Genghis Khan did that. And Genghis Khan was really nice to people, and then he was mean, and Genghis Khan... Hey, dude, shut the fuck... I thought this was gonna be, like... This shit sucks, dude. Honestly, it sucks. I need to read a book by, like, a non-Western author, because Western authors just have this individualistic prejudice. Why did I even get that book in the first? I don't fucking know, but it's literally like History Channel tier garbage. Why do I assume brilliance for everyone? I just have a bias where I just charitably assume like there's so much brilliance in these books that there's just none in. You willing to have another debate? Yeah, sure, I'll have another debate. Let me grab a protein and then get in show queue. Get in show queue and I'll have another debate. Let me go pee and get my protein and then...
I'm riding solo, solo. I'm riding solo, solo. I'm feeling like a star, you can't stop my shine. I'm flying cloud 9, my head's in the sky. I'm solo, I'm riding solo. I'm riding solo, I'm riding solo, solo. Yeah, I'm feeling good tonight. Finally doing me and it feels so right. Oh, time to do the things I like. Going to the club, everything's alright. Oh, no one to answer to, no one is gonna argue, no. And since I got that hold off me, I'm living life now that I'm free, yeah. Told me get my together, now I got my together, yeah. Now I made it through the weather, better days are gonna get better. I'm so sorry that it didn't work out, I'm moving on. I'm so sorry, but it's over now. The pain is gone. I'm putting on my shades to cover up my eyes. I'm jumping in my ride, I'm heading out tonight. I'm solo, I'm riding solo. I'm riding solo, I'm riding solo, solo. I'm feeling like a star, you can't stop my shine. I'm flying cloud 9, my head's in the sky. I'm solo, I'm riding solo. I'm riding solo, I'm riding solo, solo. Now I'm feeling how I should. Never knew single could feel this good. Oh, star player misunderstood. Back in the game, who knew I would? Oh, so fly, time I spread my wings. Loving myself makes me wanna sing. Oh, oh, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Told me get my together. Now I got my together. Yeah. Now I made it through the weather. Better days are gonna get better. I'm so sorry that it didn't work out. I'm moving on. I'm so sorry, but it's over now. The pain is gone. I'm putting on my shades to cover up my eyes. I'm jumping in my ride. I'm heading out tonight. I'm
I can't fucking open this, man.
I'm putting on my shades to cover up
I can't
my eyes.
open it.
Jumping in my ride, I'm heading out tonight. I'm solo, I'm riding solo. I'm riding
That's
solo.
why it's taking long.
I'm riding solo, solo. I'm feeling like a star, you can't stop my shine. I'm loving cloud nine, my head's in the sky. I'm solo, I'm riding solo. I'm riding solo. I'm riding solo, solo. I'm riding solo. I'm riding solo, solo. I'm riding solo, solo. I'm riding solo, solo. I'm feeling like a star, you can't stop my shine. I'm loving cloud nine, my head's in the sky. I'm solo, I'm riding solo. I'm riding solo, I'm riding solo, solo. Yeah, I'm feeling good tonight. Finally doing me and it feels so right. Oh, time to do the things I like. Going to the club, everything's alright. Oh, no one to answer to, no one is gonna argue, no. And since I got that hold off me, I'm living life now that I'm free, yeah. Told me get my together, now I got my together, yeah. Now I made it through the.
Alright, dude, get in show queue. There's a Vosh viewer we have in Purgatory.
Sungorilla.
We have a Vosh. Thank you so much, Danny. We got a Vosh viewer in Purgatory, and we got a guy who. Oh, yeah, this guy wants to come. Yo, what up?
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hey, what's up?
Philosophy, if that's okay.
No problem. Sure.
Yes. You and
Sorry,
I'm
what
trying
religion?
to.
Sorry, you cut out. Hello? Can you guys hear him? I can't hear him. Hello? Who's this? Why are you saying it's Etu? Hello? Yeah, let me tell him. Hello?
So can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, hopefully. I'm a question that you're. Are you like a believing Muslim?
This is a hard question to answer. Let's just say I've regained and developed a special relation to Islam. That's so much so that I can't say I'm just an atheist.
Okay. I see.
I do identify as a Muslim. Yeah, fundamentally I do. But in terms of being a good Muslim who follows the precepts of the religion in an orthodox way, no, obviously not. But I do identify as a Muslim, yeah. 100%.
Yeah, but like in not any dogmatic or binding way, I'm assuming.
No, but in a deep spiritual, literary, artistic, aesthetic, and cultural sense, I'm fundamentally a Muslim.
Yeah. Yeah, because though the contention that I was thinking about was, because if you think about it, Islam and then you have the other Abrahamic confessions, they sort of contradict dialectical materialism. And I was trying to think about it.
Yeah, hello? I think you cut out again. Hello? Hello? fuck? Let me just let him know. Damn, this is an interesting convo too. Let me let him know in the VC chat. Oh, let me tell him to come on show request. All right, wrong.
I'm really sorry, man. I'm
I
really
get
sorry.
you're back. You're back.
Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hopefully now now it doesn't lag or
Well,
anything. So,
what I would have to say to that is that I'll tell you what. I embarked. Are you able to hear me this whole time in case it cuts out?
what?
Are you able to hear me even if it cuts out?
Yes.
Okay. I'll tell you why I came to appreciate Islam again, personally speaking, right? Obviously my Muslim background is a huge factor, so I can't discount that and say that it's just completely accidental, but I wanted to reevaluate and study Marx's views on religion, which were so important for the development of Marxism. The context of the young Hegelian rejection of religion in general, right? And to me, what became very obvious to me was speaking about the whole thrust of Marx's humanism in general and the development of dialectical materialism as such was that at the time within 19th century Europe, because of the peculiar development of Western Christianity, as well as the development of European culture, there came to be this association between Christianity and this kind of spirit. So Christianity was associated with the sphere of thought, philosophy, statehood, and spirituality, and higher things. And that was contrasted to the secular and material world, which was associated with Judaism and Jewish people, because in the Old Testament is when God creates the world. So he goes about the muddy business of, making the dirt in the world and the earth and forming it. And he's, and then later on with Christianity, Marx calls it the sublime thought of Judaism, right? It becomes spiritual. And for Marx, these are different forms of the estrangement of one humanity. So for Marx, basically he's saying humanity is isolating the material aspect of itself and divorcing itself from itself. And on the other hand, it's isolating the spiritual aspect of itself in the form of religion and also isolating itself from itself. So then we get to a paradox when Marx writes about the Jewish question. And when Marx writes about the Jewish question, why it is that in Europe, there is a Jewish question in Europe, at the 19th century Europe, like after we're secularizing and we're Christians dealing with we're secular progressives dealing with this Christian state. What about Jewish people? Like, what is their stat? Like, Jewish people, for example, don't have any religious rights recognized, and the state is inherently Christian. And Marx is responding to a guy. His name is, I can't believe I forgot this, Bruno Bar. So, please, yeah, sorry guys, take points away from me if I forgot this. If I got that wrong, Bruno Bar. Mm-hmm. He's responding to him because Bruno Bar is basically saying, why are Jews protesting against the Christian state when even we, atheist, progressive, whatever people, even we don't have rights in this Christian state? What is this peculiar thing about them that makes them so, different and so special or whatever, right? I guess that was kind of the idea. So when Marx is responding to this, Marx basically comes to the conclusion that and he basically foresees he basically anticipates European anti-Semitism and all this kind of stuff. He basically says that in Marx's view, I don't think it's necessarily correct, right? I've talked to Jewish religious people as well who don't agree with Marx here, but he's speaking something true for his time, right? Which is not so much about the Jewish religion or Jewish people, but about the development of his own philosophy. And for him, the Christian state, on the one hand, because it has a worldly incarnation, is inherently hypocritical, right? It pretends to be spiritual and religious and fundamentally, about religion, but on the other hand, it has to concern itself with the material realities of statehood, thereby desecrating both this function of statehood and Christianity.
Yeah.
As a religion, is what Marx said. It profanes both, basically, right? The Christian state profanes both. This is Marx's view. And then he says, in the case of the Jewish people, I'm sorry, I didn't really remember the whole text in order, but he's basically saying that Judaism is targeted or has a special condition because it is the religion of material humanity. It's the religion of real humanity, not imagined humanity, but the real state of humanity here and now. All of the anti-Semitic tropes associated with Jewish people, like huckstering and being merchants who are greedy and doing everything for money. He's saying this is what our world today is about, right? Where the Christian state is hypocritical, this is just honesty. It's Marx's view. Obviously, there's like a kind of anti-Semitic, problematic, whatever association, but the fundamental point is that in Marx's understanding of religion, he sees it as the contradiction between the spiritual and the temporal, the world, the heavenly, and the secular, the head and the body, and the spirit and the matter, right?
Yeah.
So, if Marx was a materialist, does that mean he goes about by saying, okay, let's just reject all the spirituality and reject all of the holy aspect and just go to the material because that's the only thing that's real? Well, no, because for Marx, that would be defaulting into what you would call vulgar French materialism, right?
Yes.
Which is precisely not dialectical materialism. It was the one-sided French materialism which rejected that matter, so to speak, was internally inconsistent and was contradictory, right?
Yeah.
So dialectical materialism was basically Marx basically trying to sublate this contradiction between Judaism and Christianity, or between religion and the secular world in a sense, or between Hegel's idealism and French materialism, whatever you want to call it, by basically saying that there is something about matter itself that gives rise to spirit and reflection and all this kind of things, right? These themselves attest to some deeper truth at the heart of material being itself, which Marx identifies as humanity itself. Now, to me, what was so peculiar about this is, on the one hand, it's not, it's neither Christianity nor Judaism, basically, right? And as I continue to study Islam while reevaluating this newfound understanding of Marx, what if Marx was just converting to Islam, basically, right? Because this is the Islamic view. The Islamic view is one of dialectical materialism, more or less. The Islamic view is that matter, and you can replace matter with the word essence because they mean the same thing. The essence, or what they call divinity, God, is neither heaven nor earth, so to speak. Sorry.
Yes. Yeah.
Or let's say the human being cannot only focus on heaven or earth. The human being is some kind of dialectical unity of both from the Islamic perspective, right? And the essence, this is what I wanted to get to. The essence of humanity is the divine creation, right? It comes from the divine. That's the essence of humanity. Well, if for Marx, what is the essence of humanity, right? Because Marx talks about humanity as the essence of man, right? But what actually is that? Well, this is where things can get open-ended if you have a non-dogmatic view. When Marx says man is the highest essence for man, we have to ask, what is man? Is Marx creating a statue of man and saying, let's worship that statue? No, because Marx himself says we cannot prescribe a predefined form to man, because man is something we must discover in the form of our devotion and our duty to mankind. And Marx's famous maxim is work for humanity. That's what, for Marx, it means to be a human being. Work for humanity. To me, if we ask the question, what really is the essence? You can easily translate and expound this into the language of religion, particularly for me personally, the Muslim religion, such that the real essence of man is... Sorry, this is not a good way to put it. The real metaphysical, I suppose I would say, essence of man somehow comes from the divine, or is divine, maybe.
Yeah, and well, that's really interesting.
So in that sense, God does not refer to some kind of snapshot of the human mind or snapshot of humanity. It's just a word we describe to refer to this kind of fundamental metaphysical essence, I guess I would say.
Yeah. No, but I would
like
make
a point of the metaphysical absolute.
Yeah. Well, actually, that's very interesting, because you were saying that he was trying to sublate Judaism and Christianity. And you're saying that at this site of reconciling, we can discover Islam. I'm very interested in this, because you can also think about Gnosticism. Gnosticism also takes this divine essence and sort of compresses it into this general broad term of the human, right? So, and Islam, if you didn't know, Islam was very influenced by Gnostic gospels and Gnostic texts, a lot more than the dogmatic Christian Orthodox Church. Now, there's one point to be made, which I think there's some sort of conflict between Marx and Islam. I think the ultimate conflict is Marx reduces this essence to the entirely human level, while Islam, at least to a point of, I mean, it's not exactly idealism. It's not exactly idealism, but it sort of conceptualizes this divine as an essence that it has ontological priority. Upon man, and I was thinking, well, how could you reconcile, these two?
For me, the key lies in what is man. If Marx is ascribing the essence, the highest essence for man is man, the question then is begged of what is man. And for Marx, man is the way in which man works for humanity, the way in which man lives, the way in which man reproduces himself, the way in which man and reproduces himself doesn't only mean in some one-sided vulgar sense. In the entirety of the world of man, the entirety of his way of attending to his own existence and reproducing himself. To me, the ontological implications of that remain open, right? If man is the highest essence of man, and if we are not ascribing man with predetermined and predefined qualities, all we are really saying is that it is in some more fundamental devotion that we acquire our humanity, specifically in the devotion to your fellow man, right? But to really be devoted to your fellow man, without regressing into some kind of perversion, necessarily requires you to have an open-minded, open-ended sense of what man is. What is the essence of man himself? And where does that come from? And what does that mean? And what is its real being, right? What is its being? What is the ontological implication, so to speak? To me, I think divinity has a place here. Like, for example, I think the Islamic view is that it is in our duty to our fellow man. It is in what we do in this world that we manifest our devotion, for example, to God.
Yes, that's
Our
definitely.
reverence and our worship and we do take time set outside of the daily business of attending to this world to devote strictly to God in the form of prayer and in the form of the religious prescriptions and duties. But to me, what if these merely are ways of attending to the excess that inevitably arises in this world of humanity, that demands us to reflect upon and recall our own basically meaning, so to speak, right? Like the way in which I guess the way in which it requires us to recall upon this kind of infinity of our past, infinity of our origins, and infinity of our being, in a sense, right? How do we attend to the question of our being, our own being? Like, what actually are we? Where do we come from? And so on and so on.
Yeah. And by the way, but in religion, when you look at it, it's actually not an idealist answer. The answer is not we should tend to these higher Platonic forms. That's actually a perversion
I
of
agree
the
with you. Actually, I would go so far as to say, and this has actually been my thesis the whole time, Marx has not attacked religion. He has attacked philosophy.
yeah.
We must draw the distinction between religion and philosophy, because religion is a more fundamental feeling. It's a more fundamental way of worship. It's a way of relating to the divine. Whereas philosophy is the expounding of this way into consciousness, right? So when you reduce this to the way in which it is expounded into consciousness, you're abstracting from the vital essence of religion, and you're turning it
Yes.
into a dead idol, a dead form in a way.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you look at, for example, let's talk about early Christian tradition. That was not at its heart an idealist motion. You weren't contemplating the form of Christ. In the early traditions, it was all about a communal, first of all, it was communal, right? It was a communal relationship between these small Christian communities. But there's a more important point to be made. When Christ, the incarnation of God, the incarnation of the Godhead upon that, dies upon the cross, I think for the early Christians, it's not a matter of this ideal point of sacrifice has been, released onto the world, but rather the suffering of material subsistence and the divine essence have sublated in this moment of pure in this moment of pure
Yeah.
suffering, in this, and
To me, it seems vulgar to equate the material with the divine, which is my basic view. Materiality must be understood as divinity. But here's why I say this. What does material mean? The material is ultimately about the real, the essence, right? That's what the content, the real content, the real essence, the real reality, basically, behind the form. The form is ephemeral. The form is temporal. The form is what is transient. It's the essence that is the real thing behind this, right?
Yeah.
Material is the same thing as essence. Now, what has happened in the history of Western philosophy is that the material has been confused with the substance. Now, the word substance in Western philosophy, it comes from Spinoza, the philosopher Spinoza. You know who this is?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, for Spinoza, The substance is a materiality already latent with a form. So this is what most people mean by material. When many religious scholars and religious thinkers say the material world, they mean the substantial world. Because by material, they are not referring to like this kind of the real, right? They're not referring to this kind of mystical, real, and whatever. They're referring to a material always, already, and undialectically latent with form, or given with form. They're referring to a material already given form. But material is really material. It is really the materiality of form, right? It's not a form itself. It's the material of the form. When you're referring to something material, you're not referring to like some ultimate form
Yeah.
or ultimate substance. You're referring to something that is necessarily indescribable on the terms of form. That's why it's material. So to me, that's really the same as divinity in a sense.
Well, I sort of agree
Even
with
in
you.
the Islamic sense, especially even in the Islamic sense of divinity, because in Islam very specifically is the monotheism, according to which so to me the beauty of Islam, to me, this is really why I'm a Muslim, and I think I think this is why I'm a Muslim. Maybe it's just because my background and I have that bias, but this is really what reminds me of why I'm a Muslim. To me, at the same time that Islam rejects any ascription of absolute supremacy of any kind of form, in the form of an idol or a depiction of God or anything like that, Islam still retains this view, in contrast, to the extent of my knowledge, I could be wrong, in contrast to Judaism, according to which this world and all of the beauty of this world and all of the forms within this world don't exist, are the very manifestations, in a way, of the divine in the form of creation. Like, this is where we possess some kind of connection. This is what reminds us of the divine. This is where we possess some kind of connection to the divine. And almost like, in a sense, divinity flourishes through the form, while at the same time being irreducible to it.
You're saying that's for the form.
Sorry?
You're saying that's pertaining to the form.
To the various forms, right? Of the natural forms or even the human forms. Like, these things remind us of the they remind us of the what would be the correct word? The grace and sublimity of God, basically. Mercy, that's another good word. Yeah, I mean, to me, other religions still retain a distinction between, like, God is necessarily withdrawn from the world, and more or less, after he's done creating the world, he's just kind of indifferent to it, right? And he's not really, like, in this world with us in any kind of way. And that's not to say he's in the world, which would be like a heretical false statement, but we relate to God through the world, is my understanding of the Islamic view. I think you kind of cut out.
Hello?
Yeah, you're back.
Okay. Are you familiar with the 99 names of Allah?
Yeah, of course.
So, okay, so you just said, you just raised a very interesting point. Because when the scholars spoke of the 99 names, they came to this, you could say almost a dialectical conflict where the description of God's nature was directly present in the world. And so the scholars said, well, wait a second, God is not in the world. How does his nature exist in this world? Well, the response after a lot of deliberation was that, well, actually, it's not that God's nature is in this world, but the form of God's nature exists within this world only to, in a way, qualify the divine. The form of God's nature exists in this world. What corresponds, right?
Precisely. It's precise. And the 99 names are one of the biggest reasons I even brought up the example, because it's one of the best examples of what I'm trying to talk about. The French thinker, Jacques Lacan, he had a word for this that would make sense to Americans, basically, right? It's called the non-all. And it's coming from Marx, by the way, a dialectical view. The non-all basically is, it's not a part of it, but it's all of it at the same time. That makes sense.
Yeah. I love Lacan, and I really like that idea of Lacan. And I
To
think
me,
what
the Islamic God is, in a sense, non-all in that sense.
yeah, he is in a sense not all, because the 99 names, though they do not possess the fullness, actually they somehow correspond entirely to God. If you
Yes,
understand
precisely that. We Muslims do not say there's a secret form that, a secret name that's out there that we just don't know.
Yeah.
The reason we have to say there's 99 of them is because when you name God, you are doing so within this world. And thereby the form of God is acquiring an existence in this world.
Yeah.
And these forms are infinite.
Yeah, exactly. And
It's demonstrating the relationship, the dialectical, even dialectical materialist relationship between content and form. You still there? Oh, you kind of cut out. You cut out again.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, man. My internet connection is really bad. So, here's the
No
thing,
problem.
right? What is the essential conflict in the dialect? The essential conflict in the dialectic is we have these dual, opposing, contradictory objects, right? And then, but the contradiction is in a sense the thing, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
This is why also, and this is also another sense in which, for me, my being a Muslim is an indispensable part of being a Marxist-Leninist. Without Islam, my Marxism-Leninism has no object, right?
mhm,
It's because, to me, it's very clear to me that when I, through the past few years, have made these connections and discovered these things, it became clear that we live in a pre-Muslim world, in a sense. Like, our world has not yet, it has not yet drawn out the consequences Islam has for humanity.
mhm.
For modernity, I should say. And it has changed my perspective on modernity as a whole and Islam's place within it. To me, it's a matter of a kind of lost modernity and a lost enlightenment. Which again began with my investigation of Marx's Jewish question, his work, The Jewish Question. As I was looking for answers to understand Islam from a Marxist perspective. And to me, both the West as well as the Muslim world at large have not awakened to this kind of new religious era of Islam. I think it's one of the only religions on earth. Like, for example, it's very clear the consequences of Christianity for the world in the form of modernity, in the form of, modernity itself, right? And the modern era as such, as well as Judaism. But to me, what about Hinduism, Buddhism? Well, the issue with Hinduism and Buddhism is that they're not messianic religions. So those are more religions that deal with a kind of cyclical view of time, and as such, can be constantly reinvented across different epochs and different eras, including a new kind of, so to speak, Muslim era. Right? When I remember, I do come from this kind of perspective. When I say it's a Muslim era, I'm not saying exclusively Muslim, but you can look at it from that perspective. To me, Islam's consequences for modernity, like, there's something very strange that happened in the Muslim world's encounter with modernity, which is, for the rest of the world, it was an apocalypse, the modern age. But for the Muslim world, it was seen as a kind of, like, almost competition, right? It never was able to fully conquer the Muslim world because it wasn't really seen as, like, a challenger. Like, through the French Revolution and all these changes in Europe, the Muslim world yawned. Like, the Muslim response, I don't know if you know this, to the French Revolution, for example, was, oh, they're overthrowing the king because they want to be equal, and they all want to be treated like equal men. Yeah, it sounds like a Tuesday. You know what I mean? Like, that's this kind of revolution. I mean, this was not seen as like a world-shaking thing in the Muslim world, whereas it upset everything in Europe. Are you still there?
Yeah.
Yeah. So to me, it's like how should I put it? I don't know. It's also something I kind of prefer to usually keep private because it's almost like you lose touch with what really makes it unique if you're always talking about it, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. I think, by the way, that when we interpret the system of identity in the West and in Islam and the Islamic world, it's very, very, very distinct, right? It is very different, right? And so when the Muslims responded to the French Revolution in the West, what I think the primary issue that they saw was that in the West there are these set systems, these axiomatic systems
Yes.
of these are yeah there are these axiomatic systems of form and how it must.
There's a neuroticism, a fundamental neuroticism of just this paranoia of a fortress, just safeguarding itself against the metaphysical outside, constantly dividing itself into hierarchies and absolute points of division, things that just seemed like a cope from like an Eastern or Muslim perspective, right? Which is more focused on this sorry, I can't, is your mic cut up?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, which is more focused on this kind of reverence of real kind of. I mean, the reason why there's a fatalism associated with the Muslim world from the Western mind, from the Western gaze, is because the Muslim world, the object of Islam, divinity in Islam, and so on, is really associated with like metaphysical being, just being, like what is real, what is almost in a kind of Nietzschean, although I'm not a fan of Nietzsche, I think he's a bad guy, but this is what conjures to mind in the Western mind. Whereas in the West, it seems like there is this eternal war between spirit and matter that has already been sublated in Islam.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you look at the systems of motion in the West and the East, what you will notice is the Western mind creates this most ideal form, and then everything rationally must conform to it, and
Precisely, yes.
they
And
force
and and
basically
here's and not
this.
only is it an ideal form that must be imposed upon the world, but every semblance of contradiction coming from the outside is conceived as the intentionality of a hostile and malign agent.
Yeah, Yeah, exactly. And so there's this loss of organic development in Western thought, and so that's why a revolution is so in the West. Revolutions are these incredibly impactful events, which to this day, everybody talks about the French Revolution, how it changed history,
Yeah.
because in that moment, that most ideal, changeless, timeless object which everybody or form that everybody conforms to, at that moment received a strike against it, and then everybody goes crazy because they're like, well, wait a second, this is supposed to be the most ideal, timeless form, and the fact that something is breaking away from it or something is struggling against it, that is like are the object of the enemy. It's if that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, I completely get it. But one of the things that troubles me, right, and this is why I have such a non-dogmatic view, and this is really what troubles me, right?
Yeah.
What happened to the Muslim world in this decisive period of early modernity, such that this folly, this Western folly, so to speak, that culminates in modernity, which is, modernity is this elevation of negation, right, and
Yeah.
abstraction and so on, spirit, basically, more or less, over and against all indeterminate and real things. But what
Yeah.
had happened in the history of Islam, such that it had to be awakened to the shock of modern industry and modern cultural realities and so on and so on. I guess what I mean to say is, I personally don't know this. Would the Muslim world have organically um, developed what we call modern industry and modern society? Or was there something decisive about what happened in Europe that plays a decisive part in the history of Islam?
Yeah.
And to
Uh,
me, the question is like, why is it that this testing of realizing the absolute threshold between spirit and matter, form and content, head and body, had to really be just like, why did it have to be that? Why couldn't the Muslim world itself muster the power within itself, or the potentiality within itself, to really probe the threshold between, for example, mankind's relationship to nature? Um, and maybe it's an open question here. Is there are traditionalist perspectives that will say we could have, but we knew it was basically bad to. Like, for example, modern industry and electricity and so on. These is like a opening to demons, and even though you will live better, like, you know what I mean. Like, it reminds me of how, for example, Chinese military, the development of the Chinese military was by no means tied to their technological capabilities. They were able to develop weapons and technologies that they intentionally did not, because of tradition and morality and things like that, like honor, basically, right?
yeah.
So that's really what's on my mind, is more or less this: why did the Muslim world lag behind Europe? That to me is the most important question for Muslims
I
all around the world.
I do think I have a proposed answer for it if you would like to hear it.
Sure, yeah, yeah.
So first of all, let me establish something. Since the days of the Prophet, Muslims are against modernism. Now you might say, how is that possible? Modernism as a phenomenon only started really occurring during before the French Revolution, shortly before after. But in honesty, there was this like in the Muslim world, there's this concept that has been there since.
Oh, you cut out again, just letting you know. You might cut out. Yeah, it's still cut out. I'll let you know when it returns.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you now.
Okay, now. So basically, um, there was this hadith in Sahih Muslim, Sahih Bukhari, very, very popular hadith, in which it was written, the end times will come when these primitive Arab tribesmen who develop simple machineries to fulfill simple tasks, when these tribes start competing with each other to create incredibly tall buildings. Now, as you
Hmm.
know,
Oh,
that's happened.
yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
happening in Saudi Arabia. And what? Why was there this? You could say this superstition against this, this very recent architectural phenomena. Why were they railing against it at the time of the Prophet thousands of years ago? Well, it's very simple. It's because I think the, Islam had this fixed rate of development, right? Because the way they viewed material, the way they viewed essence, uh, they viewed it in a sort of a linear sense of development, right? It wasn't as if somebody superimposed one form upon the other, and there was a great struggle which ended up sublating the two concepts. In Islam, the development was a much more linear process. One concept meets another concept, and they quickly sublate. They quickly sublate into these constant linear processes. Now, here's the argument I would make for the West. The West faced a lot more struggle in its development because the West, uh, well, these all these individuals were so opposed to each other that in their struggles, uh, the development was hyper accelerated. If that makes any sense,
Yes, it
right?
does. It does. That was actually Hegel's argument himself. Hegel said that the almost infinite self particularization and gradual determinate development of the European small principalities in tiny states was much slower and much more gradual in the sense of like the rapidity of the development of enlightenment and sciences and so on. Whereas for him, the Islamic dialectic, so to speak, was really one of this kind of rapid, as you described, linear development, which left no space for the openness of contradiction itself.
Exactly, exactly. And so one of the issues was because there was this space of rapid linear development, when opposition would rise up from the West and plant itself in the seeds of the East, there was an alien reaction to it which completely halted organic development. So I'll try to explain this. The Ottoman Empire was one of these glaring examples within history. The Ottomans, when they started developing, at first they were a Muslim Beylik, they were nomadic, they were Turkic.
Yeah,
When, when they westernized, they received these Enlightenment ideas in the Renaissance. They allied with France. They developed these concepts of the Western individual, and they were the ones who were mostly reading stuff like the Cartesian cogito, right?
yeah.
Um, well, the rest of the East was not exposed to this. Now, what happened was when the Ottoman sphere of thought, which was importing itself from the West, uh, when it imported itself from the West, the East did not know how to respond to this because unlike all their other linear, rapid states of development, where okay, two opposing things meet and sublate very quickly, all of a sudden development was halted because they didn't really know how to respond to the Ottoman Empire. And you will notice the Ottoman Empire historically started declining rapidly because they didn't have any development, because they had locked themselves between two strong contradictions where they were not developing, right?
It's
And
it's almost as if they reached the end of history too fast.
Yes, exactly. They reached the Eastern philosophies. They had it. They possessed the Eastern philosophies, but at the same time, the Western developing forces were starting to impose themselves on this region, on this continent, and the Ottomans suffered between these two contradictions and could not come to some sort of sublation between the two, if you get what I'm saying. And what ended up happening was, because of that, the Ottomans, who were the dominant Eastern power, when they started to decline, the Middle East started to decline, and then gradually you see colonialism, imperialism, imperial expansion.
To me, this is what my collective has investigated the most. The key to understanding Islam. Islam is a future-oriented religion, not a past-oriented religion. Judaism, for example, is about the past story of the people of Israel and the covenant and so on and so on. And it's a religion about Moses and Abraham going back to the past. But Islam is a future-oriented religion. And to me, the key of Islam's world historic significance lies in the landed nomadic empires as a whole, from the Mongols to the Turks to the rest. These are the ones who gave. I think there are even passages indicating, not in the Quran, but in other texts, that these nomadic steppe peoples were the force of the end times. Like the I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, like the ones who wear horsehair on their feet or whatever. These are the force of the apocalypse. Islam already experienced its eschatological end times, its apocalypse, in the form of the invading nomadic, Turkic, and Mongol forces in the Middle East.
Yeah,
And
they
this was the kind of introduction of this cemented this permanent state of contradiction and the rapid linear development I think you're talking about, where they did not come from, they were not Arabs, they were not originally Muslim either. This is another kind of scandal. But they later would convert, but they still represented the one exception within the body of the kind of Muslim ummah, so to speak, while at the same time being their guardians. This is a very common phenomena, by the way. For example, in Egypt, the Mamluks became the ruling dynasty, right? And the Mamluks were foreigners from Islam who were molded in the image of Islam, right? And the significance of that is basically like they're both outside and within, but they're the one exception within the whole ummah that represents this outsideness, right? They're foreigners, but at the same time, the guardians of the familial. So, to me, there's an extremely interesting relationship between settled civilizations and nomadic. This is the biggest contradiction in the whole history of mankind, right? The settled and the nomadic. It's always been a recurring contradiction. Islam it had its origins in the Bedouins, a nomadic people, right? And it took its the highest extent of its development was through other nomadic empires like the Mongols, the Turks, and especially the Turks, really, honestly. But also the Berbers in North Africa and so on. But I mean, this is not a coincidence. It's the nature of the religion itself in relation to humanity. But it's what's interesting to me. What I mean to say with this is that, especially with the Mongol invasions, you do see an apocalypse analogous to that of modernity. Which is to say, this process that was such a trauma and shock to what everyone had expected beforehand. These foreigners who were not even Muslim came and basically defeated and conquered everyone. was a fundamental, lasting historical point of trauma, I think.
Yeah,
Not
no,
dissimilar to the way modernity introduced itself for Christian peoples, right? For on other peoples throughout the world, and furthermore, you also see parallels in the form of like the kind of standardization of the societies, the kind of unprecedented level of religious tolerance, the formation of what appears to types of secular governance, even under the Mongols. To me, that Islam basically, I'm torn between two ideas. One is that Islam was modernity. It is literally the religious form of modernity that happened too early. Two, that Islam was always modern, so to speak, in a sense, and two, uh, Islam corresponded to this kind of Mongol modernity. Right? Islam experienced its modernity earlier than Europe did. And as a matter
it's
of fact, the European modernity was just a copy of the Islamic one, in a sense.
yeah, it's very interesting how you phrase that, because I was thinking about this, and the way you phrased it, that it is modernity. That's actually brilliant, because when you if you look at the sources of the early sources, the Muslims always thought that they were reaching an end of history soon. So I'll
Yeah,
give you an example. Did you know this? Early Muslims thought that the end of history was the conquest of Constantinople. Uh,
yeah.
uh, in the Hadith, in the very early Hadith, it is written, when we will conquer Constantinople, we will basically bring about an end of history.
And
So they were,
it's also the Gog and Magog. It's very clear to me the people who are outside of what is it? The Wall of Alexander. What is it called again? It's in Persia.
it's the it's the Dul Qarnain's
Dul Qarnain. Yeah. You know, beyond that wall is the nomadic steppe peoples who would eventually conquer Constantinople itself
yeah.
under the
And so
banner of Islam.
yeah, it's really fascinating that
Yeah.
Islam was actually locked between these two great forces, Rome, what they considered Rome, and the Mongols. And so, because of this, when encountering these two forces, they actually thought they were reaching an end of history. They rapidly developed, and unlike, again, the West, which locked itself into these superimpositions and and so, because of that, when we reach the Ottoman Empire, now we have a great crisis. The Ottoman Empire cannot identify its development. It cannot identify it. Is my development that of the nomadic Eastern forces, or the Islamic Arabian forces, or the Western secularizing forces? And the Ottomans, they simply could not uh, d- um, realize, right? They could not realize where they were headed, in a sense. They could not come to the terms. And so then, with the fall of the Ottoman Empire, the rest of the Middle Eastern world soon succumbed to the imperialist forces.
You
And
know,
once,
sorry, go ahead.
yeah,
No, continue,
yeah,
continue.
okay, so they succumbed to the imperialist forces, and when the Western peoples descended upon Islam, they did not see this rapid chain of development, this assimilation of contradictions, right? Which, by the way, if you ask Hegel, uh, that's a very successful society. They were able to sublate so much in such a at such a rapid pace compared to the West. When they met this culture, when the imperialist forces met this culture, all they saw in it was, this is the antithetical construction of Christianity,
Yeah.
and they imposed upon it. It's, well, this is just Eastern Christianity, and as we know, the Asiatics, they're a bunch of savages, and so
Yeah.
yeah, and so this Asiatic Christianity is simply it only seeks to reflect our superior Western Christianity, and uh, correct me if I'm wrong, but this does sound sort of similar to Hegel's master slave dialectics, right?
Yeah, and that's an interest. I mean, Fanon directly talks about that in the war in Algeria, specifically about Islam. But to me, here really is the kicker that's really tough for me to understand.
Yeah.
How is it, speaking now, right? How is it that the Islamic civilization, which I do believe exists, Muslims around the world, how can we integrate? Because look, I think Islam, it's already the story of what they call Rene Descartes is in the Quran. The Quran does describe a figure who is basically Rene Descartes. And this figure
Yeah.
is Iblis. So, Iblis, if I'm pronouncing correctly,
Iblis?
Iblis, sorry, yeah. Sorry, I'm an American. But
Don't worry.
he was commanded by God completely arbitrarily, defying any human conceivable reason, bow before Adam.
Yeah.
Iblis is a rationalist. He's just a rationalist. He went, wait, if I use my reason, right? Now, fire is higher than clay. I am a jinn. The jinn are higher than man on the spiritual hierarchy. We are more spiritual. We're more heavenly. Why the hell would I bow before Adam? Right?
Yeah.
Iblis basically was a Cartesian because for him, he said, I think, therefore I am. The whole of being, the whole of divine being, so far as Iblis was concerned, was reducible to the extent to which he could think about it and to which he could therefore rationalize it, right? Iblis committed the error because he did not unconditionally obey the command of God and therefore give himself to the true material antecedents before him, is what I like to call it. The true material being already set before him, which does not obey the terms of his thinking and his own rationality. Iblis made the arrogant assumption that he knows the essence of God. That he knows this. Now, but Descartes did the same thing, right? But is it not that this Cartesian gesture was responsible for the greatness or the revolution, so to speak, that is Western modernity, that has changed the modern world? So how can Muslims come to peace with this apocalypse of modernity without falling into the fundamental arrogance of Iblis? Do we not require this pressure coming from the West or coming from America that really is testing, that's going to test our boundaries and force us to respond to this dialectic of, like the Cartesian demon, so to speak, this devil's advocate of what if everything we know is wrong? This, force of kind of nihilism. Do we need that to wake us up and shock us into the modern world? Or is there a way we can distill the wisdom of the Western modernity and somehow discover it within Islam? That's really my struggle and my personal biggest issue.
That's really fascinating, right? Because the question of Iblis bowing to Adam is one of the greatest theological arguments of all Islamic history. Now, I would like to make a point. Iblis is the Cartesian subject beholding the eternal material, right? And because if you read the Quran, for example, it's written that Adam and Jesus and Moses and all man were already a pre-existing essence. Did you know that? They were already a pre-existing essence.
I heard from Islamic philosophy the idea that Muhammad, he said, I was already a prophet when Adam was between water and clay. You heard this
Yes.
expression?
I have heard it. And by the way, if you want to correspond that to some Christian literature, in John it's written, Jesus says, before Abraham was, I am. So the idea that both of these quotations are expressing is there's this eternal material substance that's existed since the beginning. Okay, it's just pure reality. It's just pure existence. It's just pure essence, right?
Pure
And Iblis,
essence, yeah.
Iblis is this Cartesian self. He's a Cartesian subject beholding this eternal, essential. What is essence? And so he rejects it because well, he thinks that his own comprehension, his own mind, possesses some sort of superiority to it. Now, of course, that's sort of a Western arrogance. I think you would agree with me.
Of course.
But I think the interesting point to make here is that ultimately Iblis directly leads to the development of the prophets. So when you're saying, hey, do we need this westernizing force to wake up Islam? Yes, we do. I'll give you an example from this hadith. This very, very interesting hadith. Maybe you should search it up. It's fascinating, all right? Moses is met by the angel of death, all right? The angel of death comes to Moses and says, Musa. He says, oh, yeah, Musa, you must die. Your time to die has come. We have decided that now is your time to die. Moses does not give him a response. Moses does not speak back to him. Moses punches him in the face, pushing him outside of corporeal reality. When the angel of death, who is just punched in the face, goes back to Allah, he says to Allah, um, excuse me, oh God, your heavenly messenger punched me in the face. He denied my demand for his death. And God says, well, Moses is just purely living, right? So we will not kill him. His time has not come because Moses' existence still is and still will be. So the point I'm trying to make here
That
is,
is that is absolutely fascinating. I have never heard that story before.
yeah, you
That is
should.
absolutely something else. I did not know that.
uh, Well, it's fascinating, isn't it? If you,
Yes, it's that I did not know that. I didn't. So Islam really does account for this kind of threshold of human contingency.
yes, exactly, of course, because we, the humans, are not simply these, you know,
Oh, you cut out again. Sorry. Just letting you know. Yeah, it's cutting out. I'll let you know when I can hear you then. Just keep talking, I'll let you know.
all right. Can you
Oh
hear me
yeah, I
now?
can hear you now. Can hear you now.
Okay, great. Now, the idea here is that we have this pure existence, and it doesn't matter really what the subject begs of us. Okay, the angel of death begs of Moses to die, but Moses' pure existence does not die, right? He exists he exists purely as this.
Oh, you cut out again. Yeah. Shit.
Hello.
I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
Yeah, sorry. So anyways, the the effect of pure reality weighs down harder on what should be, or what is demanded of, or what we ought to do, or what we think to do. Just the pure existence of Moses living over triumphs over the
A
demand.
limited sense of kind of like divine necessity or divine will.
Exactly. And really, if you read it more, God's divine manifestation is never a suggestion, right? This is an example of the Western perversion. And I agree with you that the West will wake up the East in the same way the Moses was woken up by the angel of death and punched him in the face. Because the West will demand of us what they impose upon us, will demand of us what they impose upon us from their ideal forms. And this will wake us up to just the pure present material truth. If that makes any sense.
No, it makes sense to me. It really does make sense to me. Um,
So
huh. That's fast. Okay, so I have to ask you, what background are you coming from? Like, intellectually, are you just kind
uh,
of a independent thinker, or is there a school
what
you're associated with, or anything like that?
oh in terms of Islam?
Oh, just,
Okay,
no, no, no,
so
just in general, like maybe philosophy or.
oh yeah. Yeah, I generally enjoy continental philosophy.
Hmm.
I don't call myself an expert or anything, but I enjoy continental philosophy. I
Yeah,
like Lacan, I like Zizek, I like Heidegger. I like Hegel a lot.
me too. Yeah, me too. These thinkers are the ones who have helped me really rediscover Islam when I completely, discarded and abandoned.
No,
They're the ones who kind of led me right back to having a new appreciation.
no, I 100% agree with you. When I read,
Oh, you cut out again.
can you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you. I can hear.
Okay. So when I read Hegel and Heidegger, and I still have to read a lot of Heidegger, by the way. I still have to read a lot of Heidegger.
Oh,
Um,
I think the consensus that I know from the Muslim world is that Heidegger is like our guy. Like, I know he was a Nazi and all that bad stuff, but in a way that he didn't know, like he himself was too stupid to understand, like he is the key to bridging the West and the East, more or less.
yeah.
Sorry, you kind of cut out again.
To fix this.
I can hear you now.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yeah,
Oh man. Hopefully it doesn't cut off again.
yeah.
Dear Lord.
You know
And
what's so sad is, to me, it's like almost every conversation I have and every debate I have is completely useless to me. Like, I'm not there. I don't feel like this has any pressing significance or meaning, or it's just bullshit, right? When I talk to you, I really do feel like I'm actually having a conversation that matters. Where, like, I'm actually talking about something I'm really interested in.
yeah,
Like,
thanks.
that
I
I
appreciate.
think is like not resolved, or we really are here and we're trying to think about this and resolve this issue. Whereas, like, I think when I argue with other people, or talk to other people, sometimes it's like, yeah, but this issue's been resolved, so we're just treading over.
Oh,
It doesn't
listen.
matter. Like, all these Marxists or whatever I talk to, it's like, this is not the good stuff. This is not the stuff that, like, matters. This is not the pressing stuff that's important right now. What I'm interested personally is, how can we revive or awaken this inevitable Islamic enlightenment, which is needing to happen?
I'm also fascinated, and by the way, I think it's inevitable. I think it there will eventually be a point where the Eastern forces will be like Moses and just wake up and unleash their unlimited, um, their prowess, right?
You know, one of the biggest issue I have is most of the Muslims I talk to are not open-minded. You know, you can't talk to them like this because they're very dogmatic and very dismissive, and they can't you can't like
I
add any perspective of nuance to it. You know, they just speak from authority, and that's it. And
oh, and I hate that, because if you read the Quran is not a text which actually superimposes upon you moral law.
yeah,
If you
that's what I said too. I said you're ignoring what makes Islam unique. The reason Islam's a unique religion is it's the only religion which is like that too. It's the only religion that's truly revelatory.
no, Islam, uh, what Islam does, right, is it leaves open its wisdom for the believer. It doesn't tell you, oh, we will force upon you this form, you must just simply conform to this, and everything you do must conform to this single form that we have created for you.
Precisely. Yeah. You know, it makes me so sad now because you know when I started going live, I had this issue of this view of Islam to me for years. But after I went live and I started talking to other Muslims, they almost made me convinced that oh maybe I had it confused with something else. You know, I was wrong. When I talk to you, it makes me realize no, I mean this sense of Islam that I have had, of what makes it unique and so on, wasn't something I made up or something I like was wrong. It's like you seem to really understand it, you know, where I'm coming from with that.
But where I'm coming entirely just from the Quran,
Yeah, yes, that's what I was doing too, but it's like as soon as I started talking to other Muslims, they made me think that I was like fabricating everything and I was just, you know, I was coming from a completely, you know, perspective outside of Islam, you know, and to me that just I don't know. It kind of really disillusioned me a lot, you know? Are you still there?
I'm used I'm used to that. I'm very used to that. When I speak to usual Muslims, they just roll over. They have
Yeah.
no opinion.
And it's so sad because I came to the conclusion where it's almost like Islam was really all I cared about at a point. Where it's like, yes, Marxism, Leninism, all of these things for me personally. I'm not saying this is for everyone, just for me personally. This is a part of what Islam is, right? It's a different way of expressing the same thing. But ultimately, there's so much beauty and truth and wisdom contained in Islam that to me it became like oxygen. Like without this, I can't even breathe. If I can't remind myself of this, like I'm so fundamentally lost in life. It makes everything come together and everything makes sense, if that makes sense, you know?
Yeah, yeah, and I generally favor. I admire Marxist Leninism. I've thought about it a lot. I think it's brilliant, and I think it completely triumphs the idealists, and it completely triumphs over people like Carnap, and those ridiculous Western
Yeah.
analytic philosophers.
Yeah,
You know,
to me, I've always considered Marxism, Leninism just a part of the Eastern Enlightenment, right? And Marxism as well is the bridge between the West and the East that started from within the West.
yeah,
You have to understand the context of Germany as a kind of more peripheral country in relation, but it's about modernity, right? To me, that's what it was always about.
yeah.
Um, but you know, for me, I really I've also really considered the national significance of Islam and also understanding Islam in China, understanding Islam in Russia. To me, I've come to the conclusion that a real Muslim, Islam does not prescribe a specific nation, if that makes sense, set apart from the nation. Islam is
Yeah.
almost the cherry on top of nations. So to me, Muslims can exist as Chinese people, for example. They're just Chinese people. They're fully Chinese. They're part of the Chinese nation, part of the Chinese civilization, part of the Chinese culture. But they just add Islam on top as a way to kind of um, fill a hole that's still there, if that makes sense, to make sense of it all, right? As a force
Yeah,
of kind of like moral autonomy, if this kind of makes sense.
yeah. I understand what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
And interestingly enough,
Like
you
to
know what
me,
the
what
Ummah?
something I really love about Islam is like I've always seen it as nationally amorphous. It can be many civilizations and many different nations. And that
Yeah,
Islamic unity does not take the form of like ISIS, Islamic
yeah,
State, where we all just become one big, as you know, homogeneous mass. But it
yeah,
really can coexist with the unique wealth of differences between peoples in the world.
yeah. Like, do you know what the Ummah? Of course, you know the Islamic Ummah, right?
Yeah.
What? Well, what does Ummah mean? Okay, Ummah has a very, very simple meaning. It summates the entire Islamic world. It summates the entire Islamic civilization, every nation, right? Every country that is Islamic. However, the meaning of Ummah is very simple. It just means community. All these nations form an ummah, they just simply form a community. They're not bound to an Islamic nation. They're bound to the ummah, the
Hmm.
community of all Islamic nations, right? And that sort of thinking, by the way, is why I think Islam in the end will develop faster than the West, because the West are completely like hyper Cartesian, like hyper separated from community, right? And Islam, the basis of Islamic um, tradition, faith, is that all these nations form the ummah, the community, and there's this sort of communal space. You can still be a Chinese citizen. You can still be a proud Chinese citizen. Uh, you can still be a proud Iranian citizen, right? You can
Mhm.
still be a proud Pakistani, but you still ultimately come into this form of the ummah.
And to me, this is the kind of more authentic universalism to me than the kind of Western, more false universalism of kind of
Yeah,
imposing one's cultural values upon others and looking down upon others, and this from this arrogant perspective is of superiority. To me, the Islamic unity is a way of having unity through difference rather than at its expense.
mhm. Yeah. I mean, a good example would be like Western universalism is, imagine at the site of culture there's a king, and the king enforces upon every one of his subjects his opinion of what a day should look like. But Islamic unity, Islamic Ummah is the whole community of believers all come together, and they leave out their particularizations. They still follow their particularizations, but they come together for this moment of unity in faith and in tradition. It doesn't atomize them. They don't become hyper individualized. They don't lose their nation. They don't lose their culture. They only gain, right? Whereas in Western universalism, you either conform to this ideal system or to the other. There is always a negation.
Yeah, precisely. Okay, I don't mean to cut it short. I have to go get dinner, but really I'm really grateful for this conversation because like I said, this is a conversation I actually was planning on cutting the stream way earlier, like a few hours ago, but I
Yeah.
genuinely enjoyed this and I thought it was yeah. I wish honestly I wish there was more Muslims like you because I always thought like maybe I was the only Muslim who thought like this. You know, there's no one else who's like maybe maybe I'm just an American guy who's just you know developed the wrong view or wrong ideas. But I really appreciate that you came from a perspective that I could really relate to and
Yeah.
understand. You
And
know,
yeah, and I appreciate that you took some time to talk to me. I really like your stuff. I think you're really, really intelligent, and you have crushed every single person in debate that you have ever confronted. So I have a lot of good words to say about you. I'm just glad that we were able to talk.
Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
All right, bye.
See you later.
Bye.
Oh man, guys, I'm really tired. I was not planning on streaming this late. I think I'm gonna go grab some food. Is there anything good on Netflix, guys? I might just eat and watch Netflix, or I'll be on the Minecraft. Maybe I'll do both. Hold on. I'm getting some friend requests. Ah, fuck, man. So tired. That was a really good discussion, man. I really wish that I could just talk about that shit all the time. Have you watched the show on the Ottoman Empire? Nah, I haven't. Alright, guys, I actually gotta go. But let me see what I can do. Oh, is that guy Christian? He wasn't Christian, was he? Oh. No, yeah, I don't think he was Christian. Damn. Should we raid Chapel? The fuck is Zerka doing? Shut the fuck up, bitch. You don't fucking set terms and conditions, you little stupid pussy. Shut your fucking mouth.
Let me turn it up.
Bro, you don't even know what totalism is. You're a stupid fuck. You know that? You're a dumb fuck. You came in my fucking Discord like a stupid bitch. Talking shit like a dumb fuck. You're a fucking mediocre, unintelligent. You have no knowledge, you have no creativity. You're a miserable fuck. You have no sense of the beauty in this world. You disgusting fuck.
If you ever say this shit to my face, I'd knock this shit at you, bro.
Would you really? Would you really? Would you really? Shut the fuck up, bitch. Shut the fuck up, bitch.
The alpha with me. Shut
the
your
fuck up, bitch.
That's the voice?
Stupid ass.
Yeah.